Hello everybody and welcome to the first round of the WR Chess Masters in London, where we have some of the world's best players. Arjun Erigaisi, the world number 5, Nodibek Abdu world number 6, Alireza Firouzja, world number 7, the legend Vishy Anand, and many more competing in a new format. 2 games per day. It's knockout, so the tournament can end today for half of our players with the fastest time control that is still counted as classical chess. I am Jan Gustafsson. I'm not on site. I'm coming to you live from my basement. This is a low-tech operation, but let us try to watch the games and have fun with this new event. If anybody can see me out there on YouTube, say hi in the chat and let's have a look at what games we have in store. We have Arjun Erigaisi, overwhelming favorite against Praggnanandhaa Sivanandan, who, as far as I know, is only 15 years old. This should be a fairly easy matchup for Arjun, who was knocking on the door of 2800, lost a Bundesliga game. He's my teammate in the Düsseldorf WR chess team, which stopped him from breaking that 2800 barrier. But he's still been on an absolute tear, crushing the chess Olympiad with India and building his rating to very close to 2800 by just playing open tournaments, which is pretty impressive. Vadim himself is texting me. I'll let him know we're kind of on. Then we have Nodibek, the Uzbek superstar. Praggnanandhaa is 9 years old? Whoa, that is properly scary. We have Nodibek Abdu, who's not 9 years old, but still young, one of the rising stars in chess, facing Alexandra Kosteniuk, the legend, former world champion representing Switzerland. Nodibek is of course a favorite, but don't underestimate Sasha. She's a seasoned professional, very well prepared. So this should be exciting, and we do have liftoff. We have moves coming in. The Caro-Kann is being played by Kosteniuk against Nodibek, which is a very, very solid choice, but not a choice to try to kill the game. So we will get a fight in this one. Let's go through our games. We also have Alireza Firouzja, the French phenomenon, who can be absolutely dominating when he's on his game. Has been named by Magnus Carlsen as the strongest of the young generation, together with Gukesh. And Alireza won the Sinkfield Cup. Has been in very good shape recently. The one thing that's kept him is lack of success in the candidates tournaments from competing for the highest titles. But in my book, he should be very much a force to be reckoned with. Players will be tired, it seems, is being said in the chat. 2 games per day. Yeah, it's gonna be rough. But it's only 1 hour per game, as you can see from the clocks ticking here. So it's an interesting format. I'm not sure how it compares to playing a longer classical game. But of course, with 2 games per day, you also have to prepare for 2 games. You have to try to get your rest. 10 a.m. London time is not a usual start time for chess professionals. So we'll see how they handle it. But it's an interesting experiment. little faster paced, but still enough time to, you know, think and approach it as a classical game compared to the rapid that we've gotten used to recently. Let's see how this turns out. So we have Allegation playing the advanced French against Vaishali, who is the sister of Praggnanandhaa and a top women's player in her own right. This is the first round, so we will have big rating differences in all the matchups. Alireza, of course, the favorite here, but Vaishali has also been on the rise, also extremely well prepared. Let's see this theoretical battle. Then we have the legend Vishy Anand facing Shreyas Royal, and Vishy, who's had a rough time in the Global Chess League that was just played in London before this event. I think he drew 4 games and lost 8, so it was a tough showing for him, but he will probably be happy to but he keeps texting me to have a little more thinking time. And let's see what's going on in the opening here. It's the open Spanish. Knight takes e4 played, pawn to d4. The main line here is pawn to b5, bishop b3, and pawn to d5. Line that Anand himself has played plenty, but after pawn to d4, Shreyas Royal chooses the surprise weapon, bishop to e7, which is meant to get Anand out of book. I'm sure he's looked at this before, but he's choosing a sideline here with the move queen to e2. The main line is rook to e1. Black plays pawn to b5, rook takes e4, pawn to d5, and things get very messy. But the game queen to e2 is played. We'll see how black deals with that. I think he's still supposed to go pawn to b5. Yeah, that's happening. Bishop to b3, and now pawn to d5. When we get a structure that's very related to the usual open Spanish, after d takes e5 here, black can, if he so chooses, play knight to a5 immediately, trying to get rid of this bishop. I think this line is supposed to be fine for black, but we'll see what Anand has in store. Let's keep going through our matchups. We have Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces against Victor Bologan. We just saw his sister in action against Alireza, and here we have Pragg playing against Bologan, very experienced, strong grandmaster. And Pragg means business in the Nimzo Indian. He plays the most ambitious and most risky move, pawn to a3, telling black, you know, the Nimzo, it's really a bluff. I'll encourage you to give me that bishop and double the pawns here. Takes, pawn takes, saying, you know what, it's much more important that I get the 2 bishops and weakening my structure. This line has never been that popular, this 4a3, because it's very, very risky strategically, as white gets these double pawns as targets, which can be attacked by b6, bishop a6, knight c6, knight to a5. But it's also very dangerous for black, because white will go f3, e4, and try to build an attack behind the strong center. So this is gonna be a tough fight, and what a bold choice by Pragg going for this, where most people would go for a more solid approach. In the white game, you're a favorite. The one thing you don't want to do is risk a loss. So they will play whatever, e3 or queen c2. But Praggnanandhaa is going for the sharpest line there is. Then we have Parham against Raunak Sadhvani. This matchup, you can see, this is more towards the middle of the table. The players are much closer in rating. Parham, very, very exciting player. I think 2 times junior world champion. And Raunak, one of the many up-and-coming Indian star players, already has a 2660 rating. Extremely well prepared. This won't be easy for Masoodlu. Let's have a look at how the opening went. Pawn to c5. This is the so-called, I don't know, I call it the Wesley So variation. It's the semi-Tarrasch, pawn to c5, c takes d5, and c takes d4, which is a line that really didn't exist like 10, 15 years ago, but it has become one of the premier blocking weapons for black against this knight to f3, knight to c3. And with strong computers nowadays, you can analyze these positions so well. Queen takes d4, e takes d5. This used to be considered bad because of pawn to e4, but I think was the chess engine Lila 0, and then of course Wesley picked up on it. That found out that after e4 you can just play d takes e4, queen takes d8, king takes d8, knight to g5, bishop to e6, and it turns out this endgame is not so bad for black. Even though his king is in the center, black has speedy development, and strong players and the computers have pretty much found equality here everywhere. So white is often going a different direction, which is what Parham does as well. He plays bishop to g5, trying to keep more pieces on the board, but still a well-known line. Bishop to e7, pawn to e3, short castles, bishop to e2, one of the many options here, pawn to h6, capitalizing on the fact that white cannot take here, because after takes, queen takes d5. We lose the queen, takes, and queen takes d5. That would not be a very good idea. Therefore white keeps the bishop, goes bishop h4, knight c6, and now the queen has to retreat. Queen to d3, queen to b6. This is also a theory, targeting the pawn on b2. Short castles, and here it's a bit premature to take. It's probably not terrible, but white would get a bit of an edge. After rook b1, the queen goes away. Takes the pawn. And this endgame should be a little better for white. So Raunak plays rook to d8, rook to d1, bishop to e6, pawn to h3, pawn to a6, pawn to a3, both sides making useful moves here. This pawn should not be taken, because after rook db1, see a point of a3. This queen has nowhere to go. I'm sure both players are aware of this, and I think this is still a theoretical position where computers want to do pawn to g5 and knight to e4. Unclear how you define theoretical position, but I'm sure it exists in the files of many top grandmasters. So I would expect Sadvani to do this, and we will get a very sharp position. Bishop to d3, threatening queen h7 check. The queen should retreat, queen to g7 to cover this. And according to computers, black is okay. But over the board, it does look a little scary to weaken your king like that. Let's keep moving down the list, and we have our friend Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with the white pieces against Sindarov, another young Uzbek who is part of the team that surprisingly won the Chess Olympiad with Uzbekistan 2 years ago. They had another great showing in this year's Chess Olympiad, but did not manage to win. The Indian team was dominant. But Sindarov has been tough player for quite a while, and won't be an easy out for MVL. I think this is very close to a 50-50 match. MVL, the Frenchman with 3 names as they call him, is the more experienced player and very, very strong in slightly faster time controls, but anything can happen here. They're playing the open Spanish. D takes e, bishop to e6, pawn to c3, bishop to e7, and bishop to f4. bit of a sideline there by Maxim, trying to get Sindarov out of book. Not an expert here. I guess you just castle. Then we'll see. Knight to d4. There were some games. Queen to d7. With fairly typical structure. Both sides should know their stuff here. Lastly, we have a matchup. Two players separated by 1 rating point. Vasilin Topalov, Bulgarian legend, who has not been very active recently, is playing against Vidit, another part of that Indian gold medalist team. So we have Arjun Erigaisi, we have Praggnanandhaa, and we have Vidit in this tournament from the Indian Olympic champion. We also have Vishy Anand, who was not part of the team, but is of course the legend. And Vidit, he's younger, he's more active. Is he a favorite here against Topalov, in spite of the 1 point rating difference? Very hard to say. I don't have a good grasp on what Topalov's chess level is like nowadays. I'm sure he's still a tremendous player, but I would guess Vidit should be a favorite here. Let's see. They're debating the Berlin defense of the Spanish knight to f6, pawn to d3. Topalov doesn't want to allow the main lines. With his endgame, although nowadays you could argue that d3 is as much a main line as short castles, just covering the pawn on e4. Bishop c5, pawn to c3, castle, castle, d5. The modern line, nothing wrong with going pawn to d6 here as well, which Vidit actually played in the candidates tournament against Nakamura. Won a nice game there with the black pieces. But this time around, he goes for the more forcing way with pawn to d5, knight b2, and pawn to a5. Sort of a cryptic move, but the choice of the computers. Stopping b4, sometimes preparing knight to a7 to hit this bishop, and asking white what he plans to do next. Topalov goes h3, just covering the g4 square, always a useful move. Vidit takes, d takes e, d takes e, queen to e7, pawn to a4. And if memory serves, did they get this exact position in the World Championship match? Nepomniachtchi versus Ding, where Ding played knight to b8? Is that here? Not sure if you start with knight to b8 or with rook to d8, but I do recall this maneuver. Just bring the knight back, preparing c6, knight b to d7, eliminating the option of going bishop takes c6. Vidit will show us the way. So we have Arjun, Nordibek, Alireza, Anand, Prag, Masudlu, MVL, and Topalov. Which game do you guys want to go to? Hard to cover 8 games at a time, so we'll be jumping around, see where the action is. Who does Laurent Fressinet reckon the strongest youngster is? That's an excellent question, Mr. Yeti Face. I'm not sure. He might have a slight bias towards Alireza because of the Frenchness, but then again, Alireza is very strong. Maybe he's just right, but I'm pretty sure that is Laurent's choice. So let's go to the Alireza game against Vaishali. Pawn to c3, knight f3, bishop to e2. This is the main move here. If you play bishop d3, then after c takes d, queen b6. Black is doing alright. Therefore, white plays a more humble bishop e2, leaving the pawn on d4 covered. Pawn to f6, short castles, F takes e5. Knight takes e5. Big theoretical debate here. Queen c7, rook to e1. Long castles, bishop f1. Knight to e7. Very, very sharp position. Firouzja plays pawn to c4. Preparing for the knight to jump to c3. Trying to put pressure on the black center. I'm not sure what black is supposed to do here. I'm sure this position has been seen before. Bishop to c6 looks very logical. Trying to activate the bishop. On the long diagonal, d takes c4 is also an option. Play it slowly, starting to take time. Some complaints that we don't have video coverage. Yeah, apologies for that. The plan was not to have any commentary at all, but it's a fun tournament, so this is a last minute operation with just me looking at the games. We'll see if the WR Chess Series takes off. There's gonna be more stuff, but this is a fantastic event, so I'm very honored to be looking at the games here. But yeah, it's a low-tech operation. It's just me sitting in my basement streaming the games, but I'm happy if you guys hang out with me, so thanks for being here. Apologies if it's not serious enough for you. Sancho back. Pawn to h4. Let's have a look at what Kosteniuk did. She plays knight f6, which is the trendy line. Bishop f5 still very much good alternative here, but recently people have switched to this move knight to f6, which looks very confusing. You accept double pawns after knight takes f6, ef6, but practice has shown that after bishop d6, short castles, even though white has this pawn majority on the queen side, which looks scary at first sight because black has a double pawn, so his pawn majority is sort of crippled, that these four black pawns covering the king are actually very, very useful. It's very hard for white to get an attack. As we'll see, often this pawn will have quite a career here. Pawn to c3, bishop to d6, bishop to d3, and pawn to h5 by Kosteniuk. That's a bit of a surprise, because usually they play short castles, and after queen c2, targeting this pawn, now black plays pawn to h5, which is still a surprise for old school players like to me. G6 or h6 look much more normal, but this has been the trendy line, gaining space here with the h-pawn. Kosteniuk says, why wait for queen c2? I'll go h5 immediately, which is a sideline that I have not seen. Nordibeck replies with knight to f3. Now that the pawn has moved to h5, no particular reason to go queen c2 directly. So knight to f3. Kosteniuk just keeps pushing the h-pawn. Pawn to h4. Threatening to advance even further with pawn to h3. So Abdu stops it, goes h3 himself, and we'll see what Kosteniuk's idea is. She plays bishop to e6. She's still delaying short castles, so maybe she has intentions to play knight d7, queen c7, and then long castles. She always has ideas. She's a part of the WR chess team that won the World Blitz team championship, and we learned, I was the coach there, we learned a lot from Kosteniuk about opening theory there. So I'm very curious about this pawn to h5. Nordibeck was also on that team, so they know each other well. But I've never seen this. She kept it from us. Pawn to h4, pawn h3. And my best guess is that black wants to castle queenside here. Knight d7, queen c7, long castles. Should be a very exciting game. Schröder is asking, what do you think about the knockout format, Jan? It's interesting, we don't have it that much in chess. We have it in the World Cup, but other than that, there's not a lot of knockout tournaments. Which, for the players, I'm not sure how they will feel about it. If you lose in the first round, you get to go home, which you could say is a bit sad to travel all the way and play a tournament just to get knocked out. Then again, if you're not in good shape, you get to go home and you don't have to struggle throughout the entire event. But I'm not sure why, for example, in tennis, pretty much every tournament is knockout, and in chess it hasn't really been established. I like this format that did this World Blitz Team Championship where you had like a qualifier round and then a knockout. But it's a fun new experiment also with this time control, which still counts as classical but is reasonably fast. So I'm not sure how I feel about it, especially with the more one-sided matchups here. I think it's the favorites will enjoy it. They get into the tournament with good chance of winning, and the lower-rated players get a matchup against a world-class player. So I'm guessing everybody's happy with it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about it and how the chess world will feel about it. But it's fun to have something new instead of the good old 10 players or 6 players double round robin tournament with the same guys playing each other. And what I like is that we get matchups with slightly different ratings, so you don't get all these grandmaster draws which you get in a lot of super tournaments because people are so well prepared, know each other so well, while here one side will be pushing for a win. Skeeter saying, Lavda is playing in London and not one English player. Shreyas Royal is English. And I think Bodana is also an English player, no? Let's have a look at this game. Arjun Erigaisi, D45. Plays the London system, as you should, because this tournament is held in London. But looks like he's the only one who got the memo. Bishop to f4, pawn to c5, pawn to e3, knight to c6. So far so good. Bishop to b5. A rare move. Usually they go c3 or knight to f3. But Arjun has fresh ideas. In all the openings, goes for the bishop to b5 here. Pawn to e6, knight to f3, knight to f6, short castles. Bishop to e7. No nonsense development from Bogdana. Doesn't want any experiments. The problem with bishop e7 is you lose a tempo after d takes c5, bishop takes c5, but it's a trade-off. Bishop e7 you need to prepare short castles. And with dc5, which Arjun plays, you also do give up a bit of the center. So black loses tempo, but he has a good grasp. She has a good grasp on the center now. D takes c5, bishop takes c5. Therefore, Arjun Erigaisi tries to challenge it with pawn to c4, bishop to d7, knight to c3, d takes c4, trying to create a more symmetrical pawn structure. If white were to recapture, we would have an absolutely symmetrical structure. Erigaisi goes queen to e2, trying to mix it a little bit. Short castles, rook fd1 before taking this pawn. He's going for the pin. Hints at bishop takes c6, which now, because of the pin, could not be met by bishop takes. So bishop c6 a bit of a threat here, and therefore Praggnanandhaa plays queen to c8. Stepping out, I'm not sure why not queen to e7. Is there any particular issue? And maybe you get pinned, bishop g5. This could be unpleasant. threatening knight e4 and potentially taking on f6. So queen to c8, not the square the queen is dreaming of. Not sure if queen b6 was an option. On c8 it's, yeah, standing in the way of the rooks aren't connected. White now just goes bishop takes c4, then rook c1, potentially e4, e5. It does look like the opening has been a success for Arjun. Yeah, this move, queen c8, I'm not in love with. Still looks like queen to b6 maybe was a more active way to play. Okay, I'm not very good at math or chess commentary. Here's what? 700 points high rated. So, of course, Arjun an overwhelming favorite here. But what an experience for Praggnanandhaa to face him in this match. Some talk about how good Topalov is nowadays. Very hard to judge. He hasn't been very active. Last time I recall seeing him, I'm sure it's not the last time he played, but last Super Tournament I recall seeing him in was Norway Chess. Was it a year ago? Where he did alright. But let's not forget, this guy was the world number 1 after Kasparov retired. Had a stretch where he pretty much was crushing top chess. He was fighting with Anand and Kramnik for the top spot in the world in the post-Kasparov era. Bit of a rivalry with Kramnik, which is well documented with the infamous, when was it, 2004? Ilista match, the World Championship match. Hasn't been very active last couple of years. Enjoying family life. I think he lives in Spain, in Salamanca, but he's coming out of retirement here to face one of the... Is Vidit still a young gun? How old is Vidit? He's in his late 20s now? Not sure that counts as young. But I would pick Vidit to win this match, but I might just be wrong. Let's see what Topalov has. So queen to e7, pawn to a4. I was thinking about this knight to b8 move, but Vidit goes knight to a7. Hits the bishop. Bishop to c4. And bishop to d7. It's very close to a symmetrical pawn structure. The difference is white has h3 and c3. The black pawns are still on h7 and c7. So the question is, what does black want to do with his knight? Is it being regrouped to b6 or d6? If black manages to stabilize, I don't really see why white should be better here. Curious how Topalov will try to arrange his pieces. This bishop looks nice, but is also blocking the c4 square for the knight. So you could make a case for like bishop to d3, followed by knight to c4. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's much. Subscription notifications are a bit overwhelming, but thank you guys for following. I'll switch them off for now so we can see the board. The striker is saying, I think he's 29. Vidit is 29 already? Time goes by. Let's find out. Vidit, born in 1994. He's 29 indeed. Speaking of ages, Praggnanandhaa Sivanandan was born in 2015. Once again, math problems. She's 9 years old and has a 2088 rating. Not sure what rating you guys had at 9. I did not have 2088. That is very, very impressive. Compared to her, the other English player, Shreyas Royal, is an old man, born in 2009. But he's a grandmaster at a very, very tender age. And we haven't had a lot of up-and-coming youngsters from England in the last couple of years. Their national team pretty much has been Adams, Howell, Gawain Jones. For Luke McShane, for it feels like a decade now Vitugov has joined them. Exciting to see some talents coming up there. Being told Bodana had a rough Olympiad, she was higher than 2200. Yeah, some swings are expected at that age. And also, I think as long as your rating is below 2400, you have these big K factors, it's called, where the rating can jump up and down very quickly. But my very bold prediction would be she's gonna be much, much higher than 2088. Very soon. Are you on delay with us? I believe the games are delayed 15 minutes, as is a customary anti-cheating measure nowadays. But we're as live as we're gonna be. Didn't Hikaru make master at 9 or 10? I don't know, to be honest. What was Hikaru's rating at 9? Anybody find out? Arjun is putting pressure here. Must also be slightly tricky to play against a 9-year-old girl where you're not exactly sure what her chess level is. But I'm sure Arjun will be up for the task. Playing sensible moves here. Knight to e5. The black position does look shaky. If you take, bishop takes, and we have knight takes b5, knight d5 as threats. Queen would have to get out of the way, but if it goes to b7, which is the normal square, then there's bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, and bishop e4. Black would have to play bishop c6, takes, queen takes, and now the knight can jump with the discovered attack. Probably knight d5 is sort of nasty here. Also hitting the bishop. It doesn't look like this will end well for black. Queen goes somewhere, queen b7. Say rook c7, queen b8. Takes, takes. The other rook comes. And the king is weakened. And yeah, you can see. From the engine bar, which I sometimes switch on, not all the time. And if I switch it off, it will often show up in the middle. But you can see from the engine bar here that the computer is not thrilled about this. Rook to d8 played. That means the queen stays on the c-file facing the white rook. And Erigaisi can now increase the pressure with knight to e4. Yeah, this is not going to end well for black. Threatening knight g5, among many other things. Also takes some bishop h7, followed by queen h5, and yeah, knight e4 played. Now this looks like it's gonna end quickly, which is not too surprising. The world number 5 faces 9-year-old Erigaisi, doing his job here. Let's have a look at the Nordibek Abdu versus Kosteniuk game. Kosteniuk, after castles, she played queen to d7. I thought the knight was going here and then the queen to c7. But maybe black is not in time to do all that after, let's say, knight d7, rook e1, queen c7. White can use the pin. And black won't have time to castle queenside. So she went queen to d7. Trying to support this guy, but also blocking the square for the knight. Rook to e1. I still think you should go knight a6 to castle. Kosteniuk goes king f8. Modern chess. You go h5, h4. Put the king on f8. Nordibek. Many logical moves. Could play c4. Could bring the bishop out. But he goes for knight to d2, shuffling this knight around towards the e4 square. Looks very unpleasant for black to me. Once again, Alexander Kosteniuk, big opening expert. I'm sure she has a plan here, but I just don't like it. Can't castle. The knight struggles to get out. She has to play knight a6. Intending to go to c7, but then knight e4 happens. The bishop has to move, and even takes, whatever, queen e2. Does look unpleasant for black to me. So let's continue our tour. Another male-female matchup in Alireza versus Vaishali. Bishop e2, f6, castles, f takes e5, knight e5. We've seen bishop f1, pawn to c4. Vaishali goes king b8, knight c3. Now takes, the bishop takes, the knight jumps to f5, covering the d4 square. Looks alright for black to me. Bishop can come to c6. The other bishop will go to e7. Then you can start thinking about pushing the pawns. Does look like the opening went pretty well here for black. Not sure where Alireza went wrong. I recall looking at this line, bishop f1, knight e7. I think the main line here is pawn to a4 to go knight a3 and knight b5. And maybe c4 is not as challenging as a4, because after c4 the black pieces get a lot of decent squares. So the position I have on the board now, I'd rather be black. Bishop e7, bishop comes here. Start pushing here, the knight can jump to d4. It's not so clear what white wants to do. You could also just go bishop c6 directly, targeting the queen. Queen goes somewhere, and now knight d4. Take with the pawn. Vaishali is doing well here. It is Alireza she's facing. But first stage, she's managed tremendously to get such a good position with the black piece against Alireza. Not an easy feat at all. Rudra's Chess Kingdom is saying, hello, I'm 14 and 2300. Hope I'm doing good. Congrats! That's not where you should stop. Keep growing that rating. That is impressive. Let's stay in the family and go to Vaishali's little brother, Praggnanandhaa, against Bologan. Theory debate in this sharp Nimzo line here. White plays e3. But this pawn will not stay here for very long. Bishop d3. Now it goes to e4. This is still an established line, but Bologan plays pawn to e5, which I think is not what people usually do. Usually they play pawn to d6, keeping the structure a little more flexible, trying to stop e5. Well, e5 blocks the position in the center after d5, knight a5, but it allows white to cause trouble very quickly with pawn to f4. Now you can't take because it runs into pawn to e5, hitting the knight. So black should play d6, trying to keep the structure more or less locked up. Maybe it's fine actually. Knight to f3. I still wouldn't want to take, because after bishop takes, e5 is looming, which is unpleasant. But I'm wondering if black is in time to go. Let's say bishop g4. Takes. In such a position, with the bishop pair against the two knights, with a fixed structure, shouldn't be too bad for black. If black will manage to get a knight here, he'd be in very good shape. But even without it, I would think it's an alright position. Pragg takes on e5 directly. Why do you think Viril was invited, Jan? I don't know, but he's part of the Düsseldorf WR chess team as well, so there's a connection there. And he's a very, very strong player. He won the Dortmund Super Tournament, beating Anand back in the days, in the 2000s. And I like it that we have this sort of mixed field. Young people, old people for chess standards, top players, all kinds of different matchups here. More fun than your regular super tournament, where everybody has very similar ratings and we get lots of draws. So f takes e, d takes e plate. Knight f3 looks normal. And then getting rid of this bishop with bishop g4. Looks like this e5 move is alright as well. Wondering if maybe Pragg will regret closing the center so early. Should keep the tension with knight e2 instead. But not sure, I've never studied this e4, e5. What, the bell in the background? It's church. It's noon. And bells are ringing over here. So, 10th strategical battle in the Praggnanandhaa game. Anything could still happen. Let's switch to our next matchup. Parham against Raunak Sadvani. Yeah, Raunak played this g5 knight e4, forcing the issue. Looks like both sides came prepared for this. Queen takes b2. Material is equal. Black king looks shaky, but the queen can hustle back to support him. Bishop d3 is the computer move here. But Parham plays rook to e1, deviating a little bit. Could be that he's still in his home cooking. He has not spent a lot of time yet And rook e1, since not the computer move, maybe mate. Round spends some time as well. So bishop d5 attacks the queen. Queen g4, bishop e6 asking. Will you mind a draw? Queen e4. Let's go have a nap. Then we play again at 5 p.m. But Parham says no. Wants to keep going. Plays queen to h5. Targets the pawn. Queen to g7 back. Bishop to c7. What's this about bishop c7? He wants to bring the bishop to b6, then d4? Yeah, he goes bishop b6, stopping rook d8. Svani goes bishop d8, saying, I would like to use that square, please. And Maslow plays bishop d4, hits the queen. I guess black shouldn't take, because then this knight becomes very chumpy. So I guess he will continue to offer that exchange. Bishop f6, takes. Black looks stable. Rook can come to d8. Maybe white goes rook c1, threatening to take. Just to stop rook a8, but black plays some move, king g7. It doesn't look like it's such a big deal. Finally taking his time here. Let's move on. To the MVL Sindarov game. Just also sharpen up a bit. Might be 2 knight c5. So far. Typical open Spanish themes, but I haven't seen it this particular position with the bishop on f4, knight to e4, d takes c, b takes c, rook d8, keeping the queens on the board. Maxime will be happy to see that. Black could have traded queens and gone rook d8, which looks very, very solid. But it starts with rook d8, and MVL used the chance keep the queens on the board, goes queen b1. Also staring down the h7 pawn. Short castles. And if takes, this pawn drops. So Sindarov had to do something else. Goes bishop d5, but that already looks like he's improvising because normal moves don't work. Yeah, I think he's going to regret this rook d8 move. Should have gotten rid of the queens. Queen b1, very, very nice move. Messing with black's normal development. Bishop d5, knight takes, bishop takes. MVL goes e6. What's going on? Pawn takes. The queen couldn't take because of rook e1. That much I understand. Why not take with the bishop? This is too complicated for me. Maybe he's just saying rook e1. You can't castle because his pawn is hanging after h6. So keep you busy with, let's say, a4. The initiative is worth the pawn. But e6. tough decision. I would have thought, I don't know, try a4, create something directly here. So e6, f takes e6. What's his point? Does he want to take now? Black can no longer play g6, maybe that's another idea. Off going pawn to e6. We take directly g6, locks up the bishop. While after takes. That option is off the table, and the bishop can give a check here. Now what is his position? Black should still be alright, no? Bishop f3, gf, knight e7. The white king is slightly weak as well. Maybe his idea is not to take. To go, I don't know, knight g5? That's probably more cunning. Stopping castles. And also stopping bishop takes f3. h6 we have bishop g6 check. Yeah, that looks like the way to keep putting pressure. I'm trying to figure out what happens after g6. Take here. Looks like you can. Rook takes. Bishop g6 and rook f7. Nah, this is fine for black, isn't it? Yeah. I don't see any progress. We don't have enough pieces in the attack here. So g6. Can we take here? King e7, queen g7 is checkmate. Queen f7. With this. I don't see anything direct. Chess saying you missed the duo of Svidler and me doing commentary. Yeah, miss Peter too. Sure, he's doing fine. Always happy to talk to P. Svidi. But today, it's just me, myself, and I. Maxime does take on h7. Yeah, probably there was nothing direct after knight g5, g6. So he chooses to take the pawn. But now black should take the knight, gf. And then, I don't know, bishop d6. Knight e7 maybe is smart. Covering this g6 square. Preparing king f7, g6, a bishop d6. And it looks like Sindarov is doing alright here. He does take on f3. Peter says 0, 0, 0. Yeah, takes a 97 plate. It's a mess. But black is okay. So maybe I counted him out a little too early. After queen b1, which looked very scary. But Sindarov is hanging in there. To battle Vidit, not much has happened. Both sides bringing the pieces out. Anand is putting some pressure against Shreya's royal. Something's gone wrong for black. Just took a pawn. And let's have a look at the top board. Is it top board? The highest rated player, Arjun. Erigaisi, who has been outplaying 9-year-old Bodana. Yeah, the rook going back and forth does not look ideal. Arjun is not giving her any break. Goes bishop b1, threatening knight takes d7, followed by e4, winning material. If black plays f6, there's queen to h5, threatening checkmate, so you can't take. Therefore, she plays pawn to f5, but e4 is still coming. And after f takes e4, queen takes e4. Once again, the threat is checkmate. And if rook to f5, white can already force the issue with pawn to g4. So rook takes e5, check. This would be a pretty finish, which I'm quite sure Arjun would not miss, sacrificing the knight and the bishop. So Bodana is in a tough spot here. Let's stick around a little bit to see how the game ends. Chess saying b5 looked like the big mistake. Yeah, I think it was piling up. Like here, this queen c8 I wasn't a big fan of. And yeah, b5 is too much. Just keeps weakening the position and force the bishop to a square. It wants to go to anyway. I had to be humble and try to regroup here with rook d8, bishop e8, but position already wasn't that nice. But after b5, she's just not in time. And bishop d3. This bishop is not doing much on c4. Something white wants to go anyway. After b5, this bishop can no longer be covered with b6. The white pieces just all jump with tempo. And yeah, I guess Arjun, you cannot defend such a position. So here we are, queen takes e4, rook f5 the only way. To prolong the game a little bit, g6, just knight takes g6, destroys the black defenses. So rook f5 only move, but then g4 does break through. There's also more pragmatic ways to win, like knight takes c6, bishop c6, and queen h4. Just uncovering this bishop. The rook can't move because then h7 is falling. So black can resign here as well. And maybe Arjun's going to do that because he won't have to calculate anything and can win the game without any fireworks. Then again, this is not too tough for him either. Here, for example, queen h4 wins the house. But knight takes c6 and queen h4 would be a very professional choice. You don't have to calculate any line. You don't risk anything because you're not sacrificing a piece anywhere. And yeah, he does go knight takes c6 without thinking. No reason to bother with his fancy g4. Just take, go queen h4, win the game, and rest for the next one. So yeah, he's done all the right things. Nothing too fancy. Surprised a little in the opening. Put all his pieces on good squares and finishes the game off. Very, very controlled performance here from Arjun Erigaisi, who not only is he a 2800 player, but he also came up playing open tournaments. So he's even more of a specialist in beating lower-rated opponents than your regular world-class player would be. Not saying they aren't capable of it, but he has a lot of experience also. Saving energy, just getting these games over with, crushing, and yeah, very, very economic performance. But style is very positional. Yeah, she was just outmatched. Got into under some mild pressure out of the opening, and then couldn't hang in there. What can you do? Bishop c6. He's taking his time here, but I'd be surprised if he didn't go queen h4, because it just ends the game once again, without any calculating. I'm not sure if you could play h4. g4 probably is asking for trouble now. This is no longer cutting it, so yeah, I would expect him to go here. And we're done. Yeah, b5 is actually a big mistake in this structure, because even if black plays, I don't know if I can come up with a good example, but even after rook d8, I think the normal move for white would be to play bishop d3, because the bishop isn't doing anything. And you want to open the c-file for the rook, but also in this structure, this symmetrical pawn structure, there's this rule dating back to Rubinstein games that whoever is first to go bishop d3 and knight e4, or in black's case, well, this is less realistic, with the bishop here, bishop d6 and knight e5, usually will have a good position. So the plan bishop d3, knight e4 is what's coming anyway. And yeah, b5 just supercharged that plan. And after that, there's no more defense. Well, this is not pretty, but black would still be sort of hanging in there, something like this. And the game continues. Here, after bishop takes c6, we're just waiting for the knockout blow. My money's on queen h4. Ladies are getting crushed. Yeah, they are outmatched, but Vaishali had a good position out of the opening, so not sure about her. We'll switch to that game in a minute. Just waiting here for Arjun Erigaisi to wrap it up. Oh, he goes rook takes d5, just what I said. We shouldn't expect any fireworks. Here come the fireworks. To rewrite my whole speech about not calculating anything, control, blah blah blah. He does go rook takes d5, which is also winning. So it's probably not too much calculation, but he goes for a little spice here. If rook takes d5, queen h7, king f7 is checkmate, bishop g6, king f8, and queen h8. So the king has to go here. And this attack does look unstoppable. How do you win? Bishop g6, huh? Threatening queen h8, checkmate. Forcing this, and now you just recapture and pawn up with a raging attack. Should get the job done. Other moves don't seem to work either. E takes d, queen f5 is just a piece up for white. Maybe bishop d5 is the most resilient. But the queen gets taken. And now queen h4. Note that this bishop covers c1 square, which is sort of an important detail. Stopping back rank mate. And after rook g5, queen g5. The queen takes over the job, and white remains with the queen versus the rook. So nice tactical shot by Arjun Erigaisi, which of course I missed. But in my defense, queen h4 also does win the game without any tactics. By rook d5. Should get it done. Arjun is ridiculously strong in classical chess. And not just in classical, but getting all the way up to 2800 without getting invites to a lot of super tournaments is an incredibly impressive feat. And yeah, if you've seen him play at the Olympiad, where Gukesh was also crushing on board 1, but it felt like India was always starting 1 or 2-0. With Arjun, I don't recall his final score. Was it 10 out of 11? Or something ridiculous. Winning against the US. Beating Lenia Dominguez in that top matchup. Yeah, he's been He's been absolutely crushing it, and it's very, very impressive to see. Yeah. Praggnanandhaa weighing our options here. None of those are very good. Bishop d5. It's not worth playing on. Neither is e takes d. So I think she will go rook d5. Queen h7, king f8. But it won't save the game either. This check can now. This check. Not letting the king run away. Here. Keeping him boxed in once again. Threatening checkmate. Rook g5, queen g5. It's not gonna help here. Rook takes d5 plate. Queen h7. King f7 is made directly with bishop g6 and queen h8. So she has to go to f8. And then, yeah, the sequence we just looked at. Check. Check. Bishop g6. We'll get the job done. And yeah, queen h8 plate. This should be over. Daniel Out is asking a good question. Does Arjun get at least one ELO point for winning this? Due to the 400 ELO cap rule, he should, right? I'm very confused. They keep changing it. But I think you get 0.9, no? And then it's like you get these 0.9 for winning a game against someone much lower rated. Like one time in a tournament or 3 times in a tournament is very confusing. But I think at least for the first game, he does get the ELO point. But correct me if I'm wrong. It used to be that you get 0.9 if you beat somebody who was more than whatever it is, 400 points lower rated than you. But at some point they changed that because the system could be abused, for example. If I were to play a rated match against, let's say, Etienne Gardet and got 0.9 ELO points for every game I won, after 1,000 games, I might be world number 1, which is probably not the proper way. So at some point they over-adjusted that you would get no points whatsoever for beating lower rated players, which made it very tough for higher rated players to play open tournaments, because the opponents basically get a free roll. So I think they were trying to find a new regulation, and he gets 0.8 for first game and 0.1 for second game. Is that true? 0.8 unlimited times? I don't think that's true anymore. But yeah, I'm confused about the ruling there. Today Kramnik the video on that. Interesting. Can we trust him? He's normally right. Queen h5 check on the board. And king of 8, bishop g6. Looks like Arjun Erigaisi, who also was the biggest rating favorite in this first round, will be the first winner of the WR Chess London Masters, wrapping up this game. So you can go take a little nap and be ready for action at 5 p.m. London time, 6 p.m. my time. I'm in Germany. when the next round will start. Rook g5, queen g5. On paper, black is only a pawn down, but the king is so weak that this is no longer a contest. Queen c5 check is a threat. If she tries to escape with king to g8, once again you can go for this little operation with queen h5, queen h7, queen h8. So there's no way out. I think 90 Skidder is right, at least that's along the lines of what I was thinking too. First win against player rate to 400 points lower will give 0.8. After that 0.1, as long as the games are in the same tournament. Yeah, that's what I thought. So, some advice. Don't play the Thailand Open and draw a lot of 2200s or 2100s if you're a 2600 player. It's not good for the rating. Having other courses, enjoy the Nimzo Indian Defense from Chess24. I'm not sure that's there anymore, as Chess24 isn't. And the Marshall 1e4 series in Chessville. I think that's all I have now. The two Chessville series, the one on e4, e5 with black, and the one e4 for white. Glad you enjoyed them. At some point in this tournament, do I think someone should try d4, knight f6, knight f3, g6, b4? I don't know. Nothing particularly wrong with it, but why should anybody try it in this particular tournament? I doubt it. If you want to go b4, normally you start with knight bd2, preparing e4, and now if they play d5, now you can play b4. It's a slightly better version than going for b4 directly. When black can still play with d6. Knight b7, bishop g7, e5, and b4. Might look a little out of place. Like I said, it's not a bad move, but I would not expect to see it in this tournament. Bordana's still thinking here, looking for a way to continue the game. That does not exist. I would probably try queen d8, hoping for queen takes d8, rook d8, rook c6, rook d1 check. But the chances of that happening are very much zero. And after queen d8, queen f4, or queen c5, black can resign. Time is running out as well. Omkar, this is very much a low-tech, last-minute operation. I'm sitting in my basement. The plan was for there not to be any official commentary whatsoever, so apologies. No video, still glad you guys are hanging out here. And queen d8 played, as expected. hoping for the back rank mate. I don't see it happening. Queen c5, yeah, Arjun is not messing around. Just picks up this bishop while the rook still covers the back rank. And the game is over. She will resign here. Not much to try. Queen e7. You can just take. Yeah, that happened. Vadim, the WR stands for Vadim Rosenstein, is texting me. Gotta answer the guy whose name is on the logo. Arjun plays pawn to g3, which is a typical kind of move that is saying, please resign, I'm not gonna blunder any back rank mates. Make a look for the king. And the question is, will Bodana honor Arjun's wish? No, she said, let's play on queen to f6, queen c5 check. Do you ever get text from anyone else or Vadim all day? Nah, my phone is pretty much me talking to Vadim. That's a good way to spend your time. Shout out to Vadim, who made all of this possible. Chaz asking if I think Arjun would do well in elite events. I wouldn't bet against him. I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see. Question is if he needs opening work. I used to think that, frankly, but I think he's actually done a lot of opening work. Well, he might not play the Berlin every game because he's been playing more open tournaments and his style is more matched for beating weaker opponents. I think it actually works well in super tournaments as well because he's so flexible. He can play any line. And nowadays in top chess, if you surprise the opponent and if you've done the work, you can get any line to work because engines are so strong they can defend all kinds of things. So you don't need to play the Berlin or the Petrov and all kinds of things he's been doing, like the Spanish with early bishop c5 or all kinds of other slight sidelines he seems to be knowing well. So yeah, I would not bet against him in top events as well. But it's going to be interesting to see if he's ready to win those, but normally just good play translates in the way he played in the Olympiad and in all these other events. Yeah, I think he'll be alright. Magnus said something like it remains to be seen if Arjun is 2800 strength yet, which I guess is fair, but he's been doing this for such a long time now that it's clearly not a fluke how incredibly strong he is. Is she going to keep playing till mate? Not sure. That's I was waiting for resignation to move on to other games. But now we sort of have to stick around. Mate is not that far, I would guess. What white needs is rook c7, queen h7, queen h8. Maybe she will. Playing till mate is fine. What I don't like, she's 9, so she can do whatever she wants, of course. But generally, chess etiquette-wise, if one side is completely winning, I don't like it if you spend your remaining time here. Like, they get these 30 minutes after move 30. If you think here for half an hour, then she's just wasting Arjun's time, really, because, of course, Arjun's going to win this position. So, to think forever in a completely lost position, I don't like. Playing till mate or to whenever you want to play is completely fine, but that's normally my stance. Once again, doesn't go for 9-year-olds. She can do whatever she wants. But if she's gonna think here for half an hour, we will have to move on, and I need to move to the bathroom. So we'll do a little 5-minute break. Thank you so much for watching this show. Apologies about the low-tech nature, but fun to watch this game and this format. What's going on in the Nordibet game before I go to the bathroom? Because it looked like he had blundered a piece, but he has not. I just saw knight g5, f4 was played, queen f3, and I thought queen takes g5. What's happening here? Winning a piece, but he goes rook takes e6, f takes e, queen c6, and he attacks pretty much all the black pieces, and white is actually much better. Okay, we'll be right back. Thanks for watching. Short break. I really gotta go. Alright, we're back with round number 1 of the WR Chess Masters in London. My name is Jan Gustafsson, and we've been watching the game between the top seed Arjun Erigaisi and 9-year-old Bordana Sivanandan, who is a piece down and struggles letting the game go. Thinking here, but there's really not all that much to hope for. Might as well get it over with. Go rook d2. At least threaten checkmate yourself. Maybe Arjun touches the pawn, but more likely than not, he would deliver checkmate first with something like this. So I guess we should abandon this game and move on to some of our other matchups in the game between Nuribek Abdusatorov, former world rapid champion, and Alexandra Kosteniuk, former women's world champion. After pawn to f4, I thought for a second that Nuribek had blundered a piece, but of course he has not. He played queen f3. The point is that if black takes the knight, then queen g5, rook e6, fe queen c6 wins for white. So Kosteniuk couldn't do that. She had to exchange queens and go for this endgame, which looks pretty good for white. Knight takes f3 back. The knight is ready to jump right back into action to g5. Knight f6, knight g5. And Kosteniuk has to pay the price for her opening play here. The rooks aren't connected. The pieces are a bit all over the place. White can go rook e7, attacking f7. And it looks like our next favorite is well on his way to a victory here. I don't really see a way to survive this position. Rook f8, covering the pawn. Bring the other rook. And the threats just keep piling up. Knight e4 is there. Now this looks terrible for Kosteniuk. So another victory in the making for the favorites. Let's go to the third matchup, because that position was quite good for black after the opening between Alireza Firouzja and Vaishali. Vaishali with the black pieces had pretty good position of the opening. We've last seen it somewhere around here. Bishop e3. She played bishop e7. Queen to g4. Alireza pushing his luck here. Pawn to h5. I'm not sure about pawn h5. Allowing the queen here. You could also play a move like g5 maybe. Just stopping that and preparing h5. This pawn cannot be taken because of the pin. So this position still would look excellent for black to me after g5, followed by h5. But she goes h5 directly, allowing queen g6. And this queen can't be chased so easily because this square is still covered. And hits this pawn. She goes knight to h4, attacking the queen once again. Alireza insists on his active queen. Goes queen to f7. Attacks here and there. And bishop back to c8. The point being, after bishop takes e6, rook h of 8 wins a piece, because the queen can't keep contact with the bishop on e6. So Alireza goes knight b5, tries to create some turbulence in the black ranks, because the queen looks like it has to stay in touch with the bishop, but doesn't. She goes queen to c6, countering with a checkmate threat, which of course is parried by bishop f1. Now the bishop is once again hanging, so the knight goes back to f5, trying to stabilize. And it looks like black is still alright. Rook f8 is threatened. Alireza keeps fueling the flames, goes knight to d6. What's the point here? If bishop takes, then just e takes d. And if, let's say, queen takes, white is a pawn down for now, but gets some nice squares for his bishops. It's probably in good shape. So she doesn't take, she goes rook df8. Queen has to go back to g6. And now the knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes. Black is a pawn up, but white's position has stabilized quite a bit. The bishops are covering the vulnerable spots. And white does have the initiative now. Can go rook c1, hinting at b4, or bishop takes c5, followed by b4 on a good day. So I think this is going Allegaissi's way now. He has many ways to improve his position as well. Far from over. I'm not even sure white is better, but white has weathered the storm for now, taken over the initiative, also ahead on the clock. So once again, no surprise, because Allegaishi does outrate Vaishali by, what is this, 300 points? Looks like he's in good shape as well. I can't stop watching this. Bodana is sending her king on a mission. Will Arjun deliver checkmate, or will he just exchange the queens and say bishop and 2 pawns up will get the job done? Let's see. What's the fancy way to do this? Rook c5, queen c5, bishop b1. This is nice. King h5 only move, and queen g6 checkmate. He goes h4 check. King g4. Ah, this also mate, yeah, but no, not yet. I thought bishop e4, queen g7, rook g7, and if king h3, bishop g2 is mate. But the king can go to h5. Won't prolong the game forever though. Check, king g2, threatening f3 mate, rook d2, let's say. Check. Okay. Anything wins. I'm just looking for a checkmate here. Let's see how Arjun wraps it up. Danger Mao is saying she's Tamil, so we just call her Bodana? Should we 4 check plate? King h5, queen g6, checkmate. So she has to take king h3, bishop g2, once again checkmate. So king h5. And then, yeah. It's dealer's choice, but this looks quite efficient. Sorry, I know the game is over. I can't stop watching. Let's check in with Anand for a second against Shreya's Royal. Anand's pawn up, black has some compensation with the bishop against the knight and fairly active pieces. But it should still be a bit better for white. Wouldn't be surprised if Vishy grinds out the win here. Whoa! Stuff happening in Prague against Bologan as well. We haven't seen this for a while. Knight f3, queen e7. Bologan going h5, very brazen. I thought he would try to stabilize her. No, knight b7, knight d6, f6. That'd still be unpleasant. h5 is very aggressive, allowing h4, which didn't happen, h4, g4, and if knight g5, this knight gets stuck or what? Sorry, now this happened, just curious. Why he didn't do this? Probably because of this. Black is hanging in there. So Pragg plays bishop e2, knight b7, the knight is headed for d6, and d6, very interesting move. Before black can stabilize and put this knight on its perfect blockading square. Pragg sacrificed the pawn to open the position up. There are other moves like a4 or whatever. Preparing to meet knight d6 with a5. But d6, very direct play. Knight takes d6. And his point is knight takes e5. Knight takes e5 and queen to d5 with a double attack against a8 and e5. Polygon plays the logical move bishop b7, but now after queen takes e5, computer gets very excited about white's chances. The computer, instead of bishop b7, wants to do some sick stuff. Knight d takes c4, and after queen takes a8, then short castle. And it's saying this is still a mess. Well, after bishop b7, white regains the piece, hits d8, hits h8 and d6. The only way to continue the game looks like queen takes and rook h6. Polygon goes rook h6 directly, but now queen g7 is asking more questions, hitting the rook again. And after rook to g6, which was played, queen h8, king d7, and queen takes h5. White picks up a pawn and forces the king into the center. Bishop g4 check is coming. Rook d1 is coming. And it looks like it's just lost for black. Queen takes e4, does threaten checkmate. But after no, check, king goes somewhere. And just rook f2 or bishop f3. Looks like the white initiative will be overwhelming. Yeah, queen takes e4 played. Are we missing the Arjun mate? There it is. He did deliver the checkmate. King g2, rook d2, stopping f3 mate. But king h3, intending g4 or rook h7, does end the game. Rook h5, rook h7, checkmate. So Arjun Erigaisi first to win his game against 9-year-old Bodana. Congrats to Arjun doing his job here. Very, very impressively. Let's stick with the Prague Polygon game for a second. This is an exciting position, although it does look like Praggnanandhaa is just winning here. Let's see how he wraps it up. Yeah, not too often we get to see a checkmate at this kind of tournament. So, shout out to the 9-year-old who attends primary school. Whoa. Very disappointed. Arjun didn't play g4 mate, but g4 wasn't mate. He just went for the checkmate and won. He could have played g4, king h6, but then he still has to go rook h7 mate. So he chose the quicker way. I don't think we can blame him for that. Prague is thinking. Goes bishop g4. The king can't go to c7. Would like to run away, but then this pawn gets picked up with check because of the pin. So can't do that. Black has to go king d8 or f5. What happens after f5? Probably many issues, but maybe he's going to try f5. Looks more challenging than king d8 at least. But yeah, it's not going to save it either. The fancy way is takes and rook d1 check. If the king goes to c8, then queen h8 check will be checkmate. So knight to d4. Now queen h7, but this looks complicated. Maybe not for Prague. Yeah, f5 played. So he might be going for an easier way, like bishop f3. Just covering the checkmate, queen e3 check, king h1, Now this rook is hanging because of the pawn. They had to go to f5. And there's also threats of rook d1, rook e1. Bishop takes d6. Looks like it's too much to handle. But he's played queen h7 check. Which could be an improved version of that. King d8. Now bishop f3. And Bologan does not play on till mate. Resigns after queen h7 check. King d8. I think just bishop f3. Queen e3, king h1. And there are too many problems. Bishop takes f3. Rook takes f3. And something's gonna drop. So Bologan has seen enough. Resigns against Praggnanandhaa. Another favorite winning. Then let's move on. In Parham against Sadvani, we have an equal endgame. Should end peacefully, although there's still tension with the unbalanced pawn structure. Both sides have their trumps. But normally this should end in a draw after whatever, king g2. Knight c4, a4, something like this. Takes. Black should be fine. Rook e6 played. Yeah. Should be a draw, but we'll keep an eye on it. And we haven't been to the MVL against Sindarov game. These games, in the middle of the table, of course, players are much closer in rating. They will be harder fought. It looks like Sindarov's doing alright. We've seen this stage, left it somewhere, a little earlier than here. Black's position looks shaky, but the white king is also weakened. The black king is not that exposed once it makes it to g8 or goes to f7 to bring the other rook. Black has counterplay. Rook h2 or bishop g3 are looming. So MVL, big fan of the bishops, decides to give an exchange to get rid of this pressure against h2. Rook d6, cd, bishop d6. Wild exchange down, but two bishops and a pawn against a rook and a knight is not really a material disadvantage. So this will come down more to initiative and activity. Queen h5, bishop g3. If we take here, the king runs away. And this doesn't work. Takes, king g3. Check, king f4. The king runs out. So not the time to go too crazy yet. Probably a solid move like knight d5, blocking the d file. And a lot of chess to be played still in this. Chess complaining that Bologan resigned while threatening mate and won. Yeah, the game was lost. It's but I agree. Could have played king d8 and resigned after bishop f3. Gotta keep that mate and one threat alive. So MVL game, we have a very complicated position. Black appears to be fine, but Maxime is like a fish in water in these types of messes. Anything could happen. Questions about the format? Yeah, it's two classical games. Then if the score is 1-1, there will be a tiebreaker. But for now, it's one classical game. In the first round, the one we're watching right now, with this time control, which educate me. Have you seen it published anywhere? I think it's 1 hour for 30 moves. They get extra time, but I couldn't really figure it out also from the clock changing here. I do know it's the fastest time control allowed that still counts as classical. So we'll have to do some math after move 30, or just try to figure out how long the games last. But maybe chat can help me out. Tell me what the exact time control is. I couldn't find it on the website, but I'm also not that bright, as you probably figured out by now. 95 played by Sindarov. Pavlov against Vidit, not much happening. Vidit playing very classical, very solid. If anybody's better, it's black now because of the weakness on b3. But of course, white should be fairly solid. But nice position for Vidit. Can go bishop c5 and keep chipping away a little bit. So let's sum up. Arjun Erigaisi wins. Praggnanandhaa wins. We have 6 games still going. Nuribek Abdu Satorov, the Uzbek #1. Much better, but the game is still going. I thought it was more or less over after rook e7. Kosteniuk found a way to prolong it. Went rook h5, knight f7, rook e8. And bishop g6 played. Rook a5, knight h6, some tactics. Gh, bishop e8. Bishop takes, bishop b4. Complicated. Hits the rook while this bishop is still on prise. But what about bishop d8? Yeah, bishop d8 played. And Nuribek could have taken here, which should be good for white, but you're never that sure with the rook against 2 pieces how winning it is. Although here this looks like the rook with the shattered black for pawn formation. Should be a big favorite. But he went rook b7 instead. This rook goes away, rook g5, and rook b8 hits the bishop again. So I guess bishop c7. Yeah, bishop c7 played. Probably rook c8, and black just doesn't manage to coordinate here. Rook to g7, then rook e1, and black is finally losing material. What else is there? c5 doesn't change much, does it? Takes, bishop c3. Then bishop e5, at least the game continues. Maybe she has to try c5. Because rook g7, rook e1, I think he just resigned. So Nuribek is better, but the game not over yet. And yeah, a lot of the players were already in London for the Global Chess League, so not that much traveling involved. And it's a fast-paced event. I have no idea about the payment structure. Rook to c8. This move 31, so they just made the time control. They get this half hour. And Sasha is taking her time, looking for a defense. I think c5 is the only chance. We'll revisit it. Let's switch to Alireza against Vaishali, Praggnanandhaa's big sister. Are they the strongest chess family right now? Have to be. No, brother and sister for sure. But is there like a 2 brothers team that's higher rated than Prag and Vaishali? Svane brothers? Close, but yeah, they're probably higher rated. Am I missing somebody obvious? Svane brothers, Danish players representing Germany. There, Frederick is what, 2655 and Rasmus is 2635-ish. Van Forees, yeah, they're also in the conversation. But Lucas hasn't been playing so much, no? Jordan is what, around 2700. Lucas is what, 2530, 40? I think they're lower rated than the Svanes. Husband and wife, yeah, I'm not sure we can count that. But they're also low rated, no? Wojtaszek and Kaszlinskaya. Radek is what, 2670 maybe? And Alina is, I don't know, 2480? Hope I'm not getting ratings too wrong here. But they should be lower rated than both the Svanes and the Vaishali Prague team. Fanforays do have more siblings here. Better than Prague and Vaishali, Fanforays? Are they? I think it's close. I have to Google the exact ratings, but yeah, if we say Jorn, what's Jorn? Like 2690? Lucas 2530, Prague is 2746, I think. Vaishali is 2487. Very close. Grishuk Lachno, yeah, we count couples. The Musicchuk sisters, Polga sisters, no longer very active. Musicchuks are what? They're both like 2550-ish nowadays? No? Ah, no, I think, yeah. Brother sister, it's clear. No one's matching up with Prague Vaishali. With, yeah, if we include couples and brothers, it's close. Jordan 2697, Lucas 2522. See? Prague Vaishali are higher. Hikaru and his wife, yeah, that's getting tough. Although, no, I think Team Prague Vaishali is still higher, no? What's Hikaru's wife's rating? I don't know exactly. I would think it's a little below 2400. I hope I'm not way off here. Count family, I guess Kremlin has more members in the family, yeah, but they're all much lower rated. All right, back to the action. Oh, Kosteniuk went f3, and Abdu didn't take. He could have taken, but he didn't want this counterplay. Although it looks like it's not going anywhere after bishop e1. White should win, but he didn't want to allow it. Maybe not. The bishop comes. So after f3, he played g4. And what's going on now? Does Nordebek not know about the en passant rule? Probably does know. But something's happening. He's messing this up. No, rook c7, knight e4. And you can see the engine bar drops all the way. Rook c7 hasn't been played. It's not the best move. I think he's missed something. According to the computer, only move now is bishop e7. But hard to believe. That was the idea. Kosteniuk very much back in business after f3. He should have taken here, but he didn't trust it because he has to go passive. But it looks like white is on time before black can generate any serious threats here. Just pushing the d pawn, but instead he went pawn to g4. H takes g3 en passant. And now Nordebek has to be very careful to stay in the game. My guess is his intention was rook c7, but then knight e4. It looks like black is winning. Fg, rook g3, king h2 is checkmate, rook g2, knight f2. So is king h1, knight f2, rook g2. So you have to go king f1, but then rook takes h3, threatens mate again. King g1, rook g3, king f1, f2. And this is bad news for white. Rook g1 is a threat. Let's say king e2, the bishop joins. Uh-oh. Yeah, Nordebek had half an hour. Maybe he played g4 a little too quickly. was dominating the game, but now he has to do some magic to survive. Bishop e7. Only move. That's what Compi says. And then black already has options. Black can go g2, bishop f6, rook h5. Or the more aggressive knight e4. This is a fun line. Knight e4, bishop g5, knight f2. We sacrifice all our pieces. After rook e8, king f7, rook e7. King goes somewhere. Let's say f8. Rook c7, knight h3. This knight alone is good enough to make a draw against the white army. Because after king f1, g2 wins. So why is play king h1? And now black can give a perpetual with knight f2, king g1, knight h3. Black could even choose to play on, but I don't think black can be better after h5 now. It's too much. So apparently, best play is some magic, starting with bishop e7. But that can't have been what he had in mind. Fun line though. Knight e4. We take stuff in whatever order. Just knight f2. Rook e8, king f7. King goes anywhere. And draw. Whoa. Problem for white is, first of all, he's not going to be happy with that outcome. And secondly, if he goes for something else, his position is apparently just lost. No human goes for these lines? I don't know. He might realize nothing else works and play bishop e7. And this line, while being very cute, I don't think it's impossible to calculate for Kosteniuk, because you can see that you always have this perpetual in your back pocket. Very hard to anticipate, I agree. Because normally you would calculate knight takes g5, no, at least. Picking up a bishop, but then white isn't time to go fg, and the king has a little more space. So she would have to spot this, which is not easy. But first, the ball is in Abdu court. He has to find bishop e7, which is also an insane move. Like, to go g4, h takes g, bishop e7. Who does that? He's got to be kicking himself for not just having taken here, which was winning for white. But here we are, g4 takes. Nordic taking his time, probably realized now. Rook c7, knight e4. It's trouble. So that took an unexpected turn, and we might see our first upset. I'll revisit it in a minute. Let's do a quick tour. Allegation does have things under control. Material still equal, but white now is much better coordinated, has a better structure. Bishop can come here. The black king is more open. These pawns are weak. Now Allegation is doing well. Anand has triple b pawns, but he also has more pawns. So the only question is if Shreyas Royal can hold this. There's not that many pawns left on the board, so black should have a chance. Such a position, for example, I think is a draw. But clearly, Vichy with chances here, and usually the high-rate player, especially with low time, not even the high-rate player, the side that's better in rook endgames, has great winning chances with these slightly faster time controls. So my money would still be on Anand, even if this can be defended. Computer only gives like 0.40, which probably means it's a draw. But I would think Anand finds a way to get this done. This we've seen, roughly equal. MVL against Sindarov, probably also roughly equal. Computer slightly favors black, but doesn't look so easy what to do. Maxime is preparing c4 to activate the rook. question why Anand played CB instead of AB. Not sure what you mean. Early on. I think that's theory, frankly, after rook d1, knight b3. Both AB and CB make some sense. To me, AB also looks more normal, capturing towards the center, keeping the option of c4. So, to be honest, I don't know. Sorry. I agree, AB looks more normal. I would guess it's home prep. And I'm sure you can make a case for CB, like after knight c3, bishop e3, rook c1 might be there with the half-open c-file. But no, I agree, AB does look like the more normal move. Is it true that Lawrence Trent made and lost millions in Bitcoin? I don't know. Where's that information coming from? Only millions. How did he lose millions in Bitcoin? And Topalov against Vidit. Vidit is a bit better. Because the white pawn is on c4. Means he can't cover this square anymore. And the pawn on b3 is weakened. Should still be. I always mix up defendable and defensible. Should still be defensible, no? That's the right word. But Vidit can torture him for quite a while here. Go queen d6, knight e6, bishop c5. Threaten some jumps one day. White should hold, but it's not going to be fun for Vasily Topalov. Where's Trent these days? I think he's in Berlin, no? Haven't heard from him for a while, but I think he's in Berlin. So let's go back to the Abdu Sattorov Kosteniuk game. We're no back. If we had cameras, we might see him shaking his head here. Because this is not what he wanted. After rook c8, f3, he panicked a bit. Went g4, right after the time control. He had half an hour to think. But he went g4. When rook takes c7, was keeping the white advantage, although messy. So f3, good try, because I was looking at whatever it was, rook g7 or c5 when black was struggling. So f3 probably a much better practical chance. And it certainly did pay off after g4 hg. Because Nordibek probably by now realized that he can't take due to knight e4. And I've shown this line, this crazy computer line, which now Kosteniuk also has time to calculate some lines. If white goes bishop e7, then knight e4, bishop g5, and the star move. Knight takes f2. And black has at least a perpetual with knight takes h3, in spite of giving up her remaining pieces. Because the king can't go here, so it has to go here, and then knight f2. Secures at least a draw. Can also take, but it doesn't look like black ever has more than a perpetual. With just a knight versus two rooks. Defendable is something that you can defend, while defensible is something that can be justified. I always mix it up. So this position is defendable with defensible means. It's very difficult for me to master. Bring back Mr. Dodgy Cup. Yeah, I got nothing to say anymore after Chess 24 departed. I'm not sure what Mr. Dodgy is up to. Probably nothing, so he should be here with us. But I'm not sure. Sie sprechen Englisch viel besser, als wir Deutsch sprechen können. Thank you, Team Music. But yeah, still, sometimes I struggle with the girl vocabulary. Ain't easy mastering the common tongue. Why is Magnus not playing this event? I don't know. I'm assuming he was invited. Maybe scheduling. I don't know. Maybe he didn't feel like. Maybe it's too long for him. He doesn't like classical chess. Was Fiddler not invited to commentate? I don't think anybody was always happy to have Peter, but this is very much a last minute operation, which I'm very happy to do. But yeah. We just hang out here so that there's anything happening. Peace Svidi, always welcome. Svidler has betrayed us by taking a proper job as a second. Yeah, I think he's working like 3, 4, 5 jobs at a time normally, no? He's the second, the commentator, and then he's also a professional gambler. All at once. I don't know how he manages to do it. Then he also has a family, like 15 time-consuming hobbies. He's built different. Then he plays a chess tournament every 10 years, just crushes it. I don't know. I don't know how he does it. Nordebæk, planning to make a move anytime soon? He was there as part of one of the teams in the Global Chess League. Yeah, he might be in London, alternating between assisting Praggnanandhaa and crushing local card games. It's my guess, but I don't know. We can text him. Let's find out. Svidler being former Prague coach and world champ second might be helping Gukesh? Doubt it. I think he's team Prague. Let's ask Peter. You in London? Question mark. Oh, he wrote me how are things, by the way, which I didn't answer. We'll find out. Home already. He's not in London. Was in London. Not hanging out with Prague boy. But Prague's sister is there. Probably the mom is there. So he's not all by himself. How's Vaishali doing? Yeah, she's still in trouble. Alireza has stabilized. He's much better now. So the exciting position is this one. Will Nordebæk find the only way to make it draw? Because this is the only move that doesn't lose. Who are you with? Nepo, Dutch team or someone else? German team! I'm the German national coach and we have a move! Rook to f1, yeah, not unexpectedly. Nordebæk does not find the way to hang in there and he probably spotted rook c7, knight e4 was bad. So he played rook f1 after long thought. The bad news for him is this doesn't work. This doesn't work at all. It's this typical thing, you calculate the normal moves and nothing seems to work. So you sort of panic and make a move. Rook f1, g2, rook e1, and rook h5. This is not gonna end well. Nordibek on the verge of defeat here against Alexandra Kosteniuk, for example. This and this rook gets the last word. Duda got replaced by Parham, yeah. Back in trouble. Is g2 the only way? Knight e4 is not good yet because rook e8 and rook e4. Bishop f4 also looks good. Just keeping the bishop alive. This also looks to be winning, so yeah, Nordibek panicked. And should now lose. Topalov. Something happened. Yeah, still roughly equal. The e4 pawn got exchanged for the b6 pawn. It was a bit worse, but he should hang in there. I guess he gotta bring this bishop back. Bishop b3. But let's stay with this. See if Kosteniuk manages to complete the upset and defeat Abdu Satorov here. Frankly, g2 rook h5 looks fairly straightforward. Jana is phone with a side check with Peter Svidler. I don't even see how white can prolong the game here. Takes. King somewhere. Doesn't matter? I guess it doesn't matter. He's hoping for this. And at least pick up the f3 pawn. But if the king doesn't go to the f file, it goes here or here, it just looks over. Rook h3 can't be stopped, and this costs too much material. g2 rook c7, but still rook h5, no? I mean, this also wins, but just rook h5 I think is resigns immediately. We're threatening rook h3, rook h1 checkmate. King h2, gf. There's bishop d6 takes, oops, sorry. Takes bishop h2. But first of all, black can just pick up a lot of material with gf. Or more violently, rook h2. No, it's just over. She spots g2, and that will make this match very exciting, because then Nordibek has to win on demand with the black pieces, which of course he's capable of doing, and he's a big rating favorite. But it's not easy to defeat Kosteniuk with black. If Neuberg loses this match, he will lose 8.6 ELO. Yeah, it's brutal. Kosteniuk taking her time to calculate here. But G2, so inviting. Briefly check with the other games. Anand is trying to squeeze this rook endgame. Looks like things went well for him. Rook e4, rook c6, rook b4. He went rook c3. I was looking at rook a6, rook b3, which looked tenable. Rook c3 keeps some more pawns. And computer does not agree with rook b e4. Want to keep the rook here. Go rook e1, or just wait with king h7. b4, I guess you go king f3 to cover these squares. Rook will go back, yeah. Not sure, this is on the verge, but I believe Anand will slowly convert this. How do people book tickets in knockout events? You mean as a spectator? I have no idea if they have spectators. Other than that, this is an invitational tournament. No? If you get invited, you can play. Didn't get invited, you can't play. One game has ended. The MVL Sindarov game was this very tense, probably roughly dynamically equal position. And it ended in g5 and a draw offer. Oh, no 40 move rule? I can offer draws? Sharp position. What's going on? g5, queen takes g5. And rook g8. Get some weird endgame. Should still be roughly equal. Sinarov offered a draw with g5. And MVL took it. Not the pawn, but the draw. So let's check back in with Topalov and Vidit. Bishop e3 was played. And pawn to f4, what's going on? We can't take because of queen d1 and checkmate. So the bishop has to go somewhere. Where does it go? Back? I've back, then knight c5 and e4 is coming. That's what Vidit wants. So maybe the bishop has to venture into the great unknown, go bishop a7. But okay, this could still heat up. This might be tricky to play. First of all, to put the bishop here is tricky. That position is also dangerous. So f4, nice move by Vidit. Keeping it going. I didn't get the question how to book ticket in knockout events. I still don't understand it. It says, no, I mean as player, how to predict return in events like World Cup. I'm not following. I understood. When you book your return flight. No. I think many people don't book one and then just book when they're eliminated. Or if you're a pessimist like me, you book the return flight after the first round. And then if you make it past the first round, you're happy anyway because you won and you made some more money. So you're fine rescheduling then. If you're an optimist, you book the return flight for whatever you think would be a good result. I'm not sure there's a fixed system. Probably just don't book the flight, no? So g2 played. Rook e1, rook h5, rook e3. This is just lost. Rook h3 wins. Then Nordeberg would have to take here. But he would remain a piece down. And also, if we're being fancy, there's bishop h2 check. King h2, rook h3. King has to take, because king g1, rook h1 is checkmate. g1 queen. This queen is a bit of a nuisance. Rook takes e8. I guess knight takes e8 wins, but you could be even more cunning. Just run with the king. King h7, whatever, let's say check. King g6, and then checkmate is imminent. Well, if white takes here, now or after, whatever checks, the queen picks up the rook. So, even a choice, but bishop h2 does look cleaner than rook takes h3, after which the game continues at least a little bit. And if Kosteniuk spots bishop h2, she's gonna win this game. Kosteniuk is a very strong player. She's beaten, well, just saying, Magnus, Anand and Grishuk in Blitz in 2009. Yeah, she's very, very strong. I thought she would lose because she got into too much trouble at the opening. But here, I don't think she's gonna give Nordebek another chance. Also, it's hard to go wrong. Like, this wins, but this also wins. Like, only chances takes. Takes, but it is a piece, so she should convert this as well. Still, if you spot this, how can you resist? Also, the good news is here, this one is also winning. So black really is spoiled for choice. Let's say check. And we have action. Yeah, she did find it. No surprises there. Bishop h2, king h2, rook h3, king h3, g1 queen, rook c takes e8. Now maybe last, although it doesn't matter, both moves win, but last moment where she can decide to take here or decide to keep the knight on the board. Thing is, this check is so powerful that here, even though the material balance isn't too bad for white, it's just hopeless. So after knight takes e8, which I guess she will play because it's easier, Nordebek would have to play rook takes f3. When yeah, black will win slowly, just bring the knight around. But if she wants a quick way, she can just move the king to g7 or h7. White doesn't have too many checks, and now rook f3, queen g4. This is even worse for white, because this knight is also joining the attack. The game will be over very quickly. She's thinking about it, but yeah, hard to go wrong, I guess. Yeah, every move works. I was gonna say, probably don't do this because of the check, but even this is completely winning. So I don't think there's a legal move that does not win for Kosteniuk. Yeah, rook f1 wasn't great, but it's this typical thing, which I'm sure we've all had happen. You miss something here after g4, hg. Thing Nordebek missed after rook c7, knight e4. He's in trouble. And you calculate the normal lines, you don't see anything you like. You calculate rook c7, whatever, fg, rook e1, maybe bishop e7. Can't make anything work, and then you just panic and make a move. In this case, rook f1, because you calculate one line. Wherever, let's say, takes, which doesn't end so badly, and don't think through the consequences, and then you can resign. So yeah, tough break. 4 up to Satorov. Kosteniuk plays king h7. She doesn't even give him the chance to prolong the game a little bit. Yeah, no mercy here. Rook e7, king g6, rook f3, queen g4, and this white can resign. With a very clear conscience, knight g4 check is coming. If you cover this pawn, black just goes h5, h4, h3, h2. It's over. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he resigned here. Won't be easy though, especially in a game where you were winning most of the time. Normally you need like a moment, even though of course he knows he's lost, to go through Dabda, the 5 stages of grief. What are they? Denial, anger, depression. No, there's a beat in there. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. I don't know. Whoever made up Dabda. But I've been there many times. You know you're lost, but you need a moment to collect your thoughts. If you resign, and here we are. Kosteniuk defeats Nuribek Abdu, the world number 6 player with the black pieces. Takes the lead in the match 1-0, which means Nuribek has his work cut out this evening. He has to win the second game on demand with the black pieces, or he's out of the tournament, which would of course be a big, big upset. So let's click through our current results. Erigaisi won easily. Kosteniuk with the comeback win against Abdu. Praggnanandhaa defeats Bologan, and MVL against Sindarov ends in a draw. That leaves us with 4 games still going. Vaishali is still fighting against Alireza. Alireza's better, but the game is far from over. Anand is trying to squeeze out a victory against Shreyas Royal here, and it looks like he's well on his way. Now he's 2 pawns up with active rooks, and he can also include mating attacks into the conversion. So it looks like Anand will win this one against the 15-year-old English Grandmaster Shreyas Royal. Parham against Raunak Sadvani still looks roughly equal, although there's tension in the position. Things could still happen, but draw is most likely. And Vidit was putting pressure on Topalov. It looks like he might get rewarded now. No, he has 95. Attacking the queen, taking the bishop. Only move not to resign is c5, it looks like. But then the pawns start rolling. Queen goes away. Yeah, Vidit. If he finds 95, which I think he will, should win this one. Can Arjun reach 2800 in this event? He can, but he will have to win a lot of games. Never easy. Alright. I need one more quick break, and we'll be back with the remaining games. Still going here. It won't take forever because it's a short time control. So, roughly 25 minutes to go. I'll take a quick break, and we'll be back with the finish. Thank you so much for watching the WR Chess London Masters. Back in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, to round number 1 of the WRChess Masters. 4 games out of the 8 knockout matchup we have in this first round are still ongoing, and we'll start with the closest matchup in rating. Veselin Topalov in trouble with the white pieces against Vidit, another Olympic champion for India on the way to make it 3 out of 3 for the Indian Olympic champions. Vishy Anand also on his way to winning. Here, where Topalov has not managed to keep control, and now Vidit, after he spotted this nice move, knight to d5, refusing the queen exchange and attacking the bishop. The problem is the queen can't go anywhere because of knight takes b6. Topalov must have missed something. Probably missed that after the queen moves. Knight b6. Picks up the bishop because the queen is defended. I don't know. But he has to play c5, which can't have been the idea. Locking this bishop out. Queen to g6 played. Knight takes e5 didn't work because of queen b1 check. So he had to go queen d1, not a move you love to play. Now pawn to e4. These pawns start running. And it looks horrible for Veselnik Topalov. Knight e5, let's say queen f6. The knight jumps somewhere. Queen f5. Black is just in complete control. This knight will get another little kick with pawn to h5. Then sooner or later, the white position will just collapse after e3 or f3. So Vidit should win this. Anand should win this as well. Oh no, what happened? He dropped a pawn? Last time we checked, I thought he was totally winning. But somehow a pawn disappeared. What's going on? Why did he go rook c7? I don't understand anything. He went rook c7. Rook takes h3. And now rook g6. Was still winning. Just threatening checkmate. After wherever rook b3 takes. And this checkmate. But he apparently went pawn to b4. And now he's no longer winning. What happened there? Why did he go pawn to b4? Because now rook d3. Black is in time to defend. Whoa. Anand. Not converting this completely winning position. And yeah, I'm not sure what bothered him. Maybe some stalemate tricks, he thought? I don't know. Rook g6, king h8. He must have panicked because of some stalemate. It's the only explanation I can think of. Rook g7 doesn't threaten checkmate. So rook cg7. And I think he spotted that there are some stalemate tricks and therefore he didn't go for this. But this was apparently winning. You have this sort of crazy rook thing where the king has to run out of the checks without allowing stalemate. But it looks like this was very possible because the king goes here, rook b2 is no longer check, and if rook c6, then rook takes c6, and there's no stalemate anymore because this king has a move. So that's the only explanation I have, because this was just winning. Instead he went b4, and now after rook d3 it's a draw. So bit of a shock there for Anand. I wants to go rook g6 now, but then check. King goes away, and rook takes, and there's no longer any checkmates here. So Shreyas Royal should survive this. Meanwhile, Alireza Firouzja still chipping away here against Vaishali. Alireza with an advantage can play rook h5, picking up this pawn. Still work to be done, but I would expect him to convert this. And then we have Masoodlu against Raunak, which still looks equal. Say pawn to h5. For example, knight d4, knight c6, takes, and rook b6, regaining the pawn. Should end in a draw. Topalov played queen to c2, pinning this pawn, but queen f6 is very bad news for him. Because queen takes e4, the move you want to play, is met by queen a1, knight e1. And now the clincher, knight e3 check. And if f takes e3, queen takes e1 is checkmate. So if Vidit spots this queen f6 check, I think the game is over. Here, check, king e2, knight c3 wins, knight e1, knight e3 wins. Therefore, white can't take, and if the knight goes somewhere, this will play itself. Queen a1, pinning, queen e2, e3. White is completely tied up. And there's not much to do. Allegation has been thinking for a while. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's thinking. Well, rook h5 looks very natural. Maybe some subtleties if he wants to start with rook b5, forcing the king here, then going rook h5. But it looks too subtle. Why give black this tempo? But I'm sure something's bothering him. Maybe he's not sure about that. No, rook d2. Some counterplay here. But white should be much faster with his h pawn running. Just push. Let's check the finale of the Anand game. Yeah, after this shocking. Yeah, first of all, rook c7 apparently was a good move, but it ups the stakes. And I still think Vishy was intending rook g6 and then panicked because of these stalemate ideas, which don't work. But I'd say play b4. And this is a draw. These rooks can't give mate by themselves. The g-pawn is pinned. I don't think there's that much to even try for white. A pair of rooks gets exchanged with the king in the corner here. It's also a simple draw against the g-pawn. So no, this will end peacefully. Big miss for Anand. He'll be disappointed. And the Vedic game is concluding as we expected. Queen f6 played, queen takes e4. Everything else is too horrible to look at. And queen a1 check. Topalov resigns without waiting for knight e1, knight e3, which of course would have been played. So Vidit, big win with the black pieces, making it 3 out of 3 for Team Indian Olympic team for now. Anand probably is not going to win. And Sadvani. Oh! Now turnaround. Parham, who did not want to make a draw, is going for rook h4. Pushing for a win, but allowing this b-pawn to run. Which looks extremely risky. What does he want? He wants rook h6, threatening knight e7. b3, knight e7, king f8. Apparently then knight d5 saves him. But Parham taking a lot of risk here for no obvious reward. b4 is so natural, it will be played. Then white has to fight for a draw. He can also take and go knight f5, threatening rook h8 checkmate. Black can block this. This pawn is so fast. Say knight h6. Oh, knight h6 we take, sorry. So then this is just winning. Or you have to go knight d4, b3, knight takes. But this should be winning for black. Yeah, b4 played, of course. So Sadvani also on the way to potentially a full point here. Alireza more surprising things happening. After queen e5 takes b6, he did not go rook h5, but he went rook e4. Maybe that's what he was calculating, this bishop endgame. But is that really winning? Takes, king c7, plays g3. He wants to play the endgame with the passed h-pawn. Let's say takes. I don't know. King g2 or h4, but h4, king d6. The black king is in time. No, just stop it. King h5, king e5, h6, king f6. This looks like a draw. Gollum agrees. So some of our favorites struggling here. Abdu lost with the white pieces against Kosteniuk. Anand failed to win this formally winning position. Still trying, but this should be a pretty straightforward draw. You don't get checkmated here. One rook can stay active. And now Alireza, he might still win, but it looks like he's misjudged this endgame. We can start with king g2. Black brings the king to take care of the h-pawn. Why should white win this? And go e5. The bishop covers the light squares. The king stops the pawn. Should be draw. Yeah. Arjun has also seen enough after rook d8. Offers a draw. Will be disappointed, but there are no winning chances here. So that game is over. Leaving us with 2 games still running. And Alireza! What is going on? She didn't take twice. She brought the king directly, but you can take. She miscounted? Okay, time is running out. She trusted Alireza maybe. She could have taken twice, but instead she brought the king directly, and now white has 2 h-pawns, which does make a difference. With the 1 extra h-pawn. This is probably winning for white. You can just push those guys up the board. Force the king to... no, let's make some moves. Force the king to h8, and then we bring our own king wherever we want. So that's a big difference, because black is never in time. To put king on g7, king on g7, target the h-pawn. This just looks over now. So Alireza will eventually grind out the win. Yeah, the pawn is already on h7. The other guy's gonna come, then the king will enter. This is lost. That leaves us with Parham frankly trying to lose an equal position. He's a very entertaining player, there's always action. But here he's overdoing it. So knight h6 check. Savani played king g7, also natural. And he's offering to repeat moves. And Masudlu, who's worse, once again refuses. Goes a5. Now the rook drops back. The question is, after something like this, will Sadvani spot this knight e7 idea? After which he will win the game. It's big time trouble. So let's stick with this, because Alireza is going to win his game. Yeah, strange that Vaishali didn't take on g3. Would be very useful not to have this h3 pawn in this endgame. Right, that's over, so we'll stay here. Anybody can beat anybody on a given day, no matter the rating. Just a funny game. Yeah, not anybody, but these are all strong players, and some upsets will definitely happen. It's not enough to be a good player, you also have to play well. Yeah, fun format. We didn't get the favorites just crushing. A lot of action. What's going on here? Do we have a problem with the clock? Is there another time control? I'm confused. After a5, it says here Raunak's clock is at 0, which is unlikely, so I'll try to refresh a bit. He played rook b5. It's 20 seconds. Will Parham get away with it? Rook g4 check, king f8, knight d6 played. Now rook takes a5 looks natural, but the computer says rook d5 is the way to go. If rook takes a5, rook c4 causes some discomfort. And yeah, rook d5 played. Raunak staying sharp. This knight will have to hustle back, try to stop the b-pawn. The b-pawn is strong. b3, there it is, rook c5, rook c2. I think Parham self-destructing here. Is there another time control? Did they just get another half hour? This time control is confusing. Someone explain the time control to me. Couldn't find it on the website. The time control for each game is 60 minutes for the first 30 moves, 30 minutes for the next 20, and 30 minutes for the rest of the game. So it is longer than expected. So let's do the math. 2 hours for the first 30, 1 hour until move 50, and then another hour. So it is 4-hour games pretty much. 2 a day? That's a rough format. I thought it was faster, but apparently that is the quickest allowed to still count as classical. So these are 4-hour games. Should have read the fine print. Who knew these were 8-hour commentary days? Anyway, this was fun to watch. Knight d6, rook d5, and they do get another half hour because they just made move 50. No increment, I'm assuming. Exactly, I didn't read the small text. It's like Wonka. So Parham can think now. He will have to go knight c4. This pawn will be pushed. It doesn't look like he's in time. Rook c5 is just very unpleasant. You try to bring the king, you run into all kinds of shenanigans. And here, this pawn is already queening. So there's trouble. Which is very much self-induced. This whole operation of allowing the b-pawn to run is very unnecessary. Even here, you can just go rook b1, keeping this pawn, keeping an eye on this pawn, or most natural, I would guess check, king f8, and now you take, go whatever. King f1. That should still hold. But he's pushing for the win. Now they're saying the round 2 starts at 5 p.m. Yeah, that is London time, so it's 6 p.m. whatever time zone I'm in. German time, Central European time, and then tie breaks at 10. Whoa, this is a much longer day than expected, but it's a fun event. Here we don't have cameras, but the chess speaks for itself, as Hans would say. Yeah, Vaishali has just lost can push the pawn here, then bring the king. Then gobble up all the pawns. And Parham and Sadvani still be around a while. I have to pick up my son from kindergarten in like an hour. Maybe it works out. I literally don't care. No, just gotta figure out that my kids are attended. But my daughter, if I'm informed correctly, is supposed to come back from school by herself. Should be here any minute. I have to go pick up my son, but we should be done by then. I blame Parham. Trying so hard to lose this position. Why? Oh, I hear footsteps. That is my daughter. Kindergarten is German for when your child lives in the forest. Now, kindergarten is a pretty international word. Some German words have been adopted into English. Not many. Zugzwang. Side note, kindergarten. They say rucksack as well, but I've never heard anyone use it. It's backpack. Do need a quick break to allow my daughter in. Chair will take care of the action here, where Parham got himself in trouble and is now fighting for a draw against Raunik Sadvani in the last remaining game. Now, technically, Alireza against Vaishali is still going, but that's dead lost. So, I'll be right back. Just gonna say hi to the kid. See you then. Alright, we're back. Dora's home watching TV, as you do. So, we can watch some more chess. Struggles of poor Parham. Let's do a recap of what else happened in this first round of the WR Chess Masters. Arjun Erigaisi won his game quickly against the 9-year-old phenomenon Bogdana Sivandan, who struggled to get out of the opening. Made a bunch of natural looking moves, but some inaccuracies, Queen c8 and this a6 b5 business meant the white initiative became overwhelming very quickly, and Arjun just crushed through. The 9-year-old did play on till checkmate, but checkmate was delivered. The biggest upset of the round. Kosteniuk wins with the black pieces against Nodibek Abdusatorov. The key moment was here after the first time control, after the move f3. Nodibek Abdusatorov had been dominating the game so far, but here he goes wrong. He should have taken the bishop, and after rook takes g2, king to h1, knight e4, bishop e1. It looks a little scary, but it does look like white is in time to defend everything, push his d-pawn, and win the game. Instead, Abdusatorov goes g4, allowing en passant h takes g, and his intention must have been to take the bishop now, but then he probably realized that after knight e4, he's in trouble. Fg, rook g3, and he will get checkmated, or at least end up in a world of hurt here. So he tried to readjust, thought for a while, tried to move rook f1, which doesn't work at all. The only way to save the game was bishop to e7. Very difficult move. With this fun line, knight e4, bishop g5, knight f2, rook e8, king somewhere, rook e7, king g6. Takes, and black gives perpetual check. That was the only way for Nodibek to survive. Instead he played rook f1, allowing pawn to g2 with tempo. And the game was over. Rook e1, rook h5, Kosteniuk converted flawlessly. Nice little tactic here, bishop h2, king h2, rook h3. And it is all over. She did resign. He did resign after king h7, because rook takes f3, queen g4 check. Doesn't help either. Alireza is winning after a tough fight where he was better. After a somewhat murky opening, he was better, then simplified into this bishop endgame. And here Vaishali surprisingly did not take on g3, which apparently would have saved the game. Something like this. The king comes back. And now black should hold this, because if white tries what he's gonna do in the game, black can just wait. Actually, it's not that easy, but black can hold without the h-pawn here. Although, not simple, I have to admit. But she played king to d6 directly, and now it's hopeless, because white has not one but two h-pawns to work with. And this pawn will go all the way to h6, locking the king up. Then the white king will enter. And the game is over. Anand had a winning position, was pushing most of the game against 15-year-old English Grandmaster Shreyas Royal. But then allowed black to escape with a draw. The key moment being this one, where the move rook g6 was winning. And I believe he didn't do it because he was afraid of stalemate tricks. But there was no stalemate. The key line being, oops, sorry, king f6, important. No, you can't take because this takes. And to hide from the checks, the king runs to the b file. Now rook b2 is not a check, and rook c6. You take with the rook. There's no longer stalemate because the king can take. Instead, Arjun played pawn to b4, and now black wasn't time to hold with rook takes d3, threatening a check, and the game ended peacefully. Not long after, Praggnanandhaa crashed Bologan with a nice tactical operation here. Pawn to d6, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, queen d5. Bologan played the natural bishop b7, but then his position collapsed after queen e5. The way to prolong the game was very complicated. Knight d takes c4 after queen takes a8, short castles. And it's still a mess. MVL against Sindarov was a complicated fight where I wasn't really sure who was better and why most of the way. But in the end, it ended peacefully when Sindarov offered a draw with the move g5, which MVL accepted. And Vidit won with the black pieces against former world champion Veselin Topalov. Just played a nice controlled Vidit game, well prepared, putting some small pressure, and Topalov crumbled. And went on to lose. That leaves us with the Parham Masudlu against Raunak game, which was equal pretty much all the way. But then Parham decided to add some excitement somewhere around here by going after the h-pawn and letting the black b-pawn run free. Filousov tried to repeat moves here with knight h6, but he kept pushing his luck. And now his position might be beyond repair. He just played pawn to e4. Rook to d4 will hit the knight. The knight has to go here. Rook d2, knight c4, rook c2. Probably play e5, but then there's this little trick. Rook takes c4, rook takes c4, and pawn to b2. Since the knight covers the square, this pawn cannot be stopped. Black just wins. Yeah, rook d4 on the board, and I don't see a way to prolong the game. If you go e5, same trick. Rook c4, b2. And it's over. Yeah, e5 played this tactic. It's not very challenging for a player of Sadvani's level. Rook takes c4, rook takes. Push the pawn. Get a queen. Take a nap. So we have another upset in the making here. Not as big, the rating difference. Only 60 points, and Parham, very entertaining player. Has lots of wins and losses. But this will be a loss. If Sadvani spots rook takes c4, but I'd be shocked if he didn't. Yeah, he does take on c4. Rook takes b2. And there's no hope. You can take, but we're very far from any type of fortress. Black still has the a-pawn, rook a6 doesn't work because of queen b7. Picking up the rook, and if not, queen b5. We'll quickly pick up the a-pawn. Then this guy will run. Yeah. This is resignable. By Kyle the Kaiser. We're in the last stages of round number 1. We'll be back at 5 p.m. London time, 6 p.m. Central European time with round number 2. Parham continues fighting here with rook f6, but he is fighting for a lost cause. Queen e1, queen e4 check. King has to go back, so this pawn doesn't drop with check, and now you can pick up this guy. e6 doesn't work because of queen g5 check. It's over. Queen b5 also wins. Same trick, e6, queen g5. If not, this pawn drops. But giving some checks is more efficient, and that's what Sadvani does. Goes queen e4 check. Queen e1 check. King g2. Now I can just take this pawn. e6, queen g5. So Parham will probably play f4, but there's not much to hope for. Something like this. And if you want, you can even take. And run. Yeah, f4 played. Anything wins. You can also, if you don't want to calculate anything, you can just play king e7 or king g7. Then move the queen. Push this guy. Not much to do here. Yeah, he did this himself by taking insane risks with very little reward to be seen in an equal endgame. The Allegation game is still going, but still as hopeless as it's been for a while. The pawn will come here, then the king will enter, then the game will end. Queen g5 check played, king g3. Yeah, just go a5. e6, and yeah, this is the most clinical way to do it. The king is a bit slow. So close. Yet so far. Yeah, a5 played. Resigns would not be a mistake here. Not very challenging. To push the a-pawn up the board. The problem is also after e6, even if Sadvani doesn't play queen takes e6, which he would. If he goes a4, it's still completely winning. The rook is no match for a queen here. But still, of course he do take. Parham is the type to look at one card, go all in, and reveal the other at the end. Is what the chat is saying. Don't know about his gambling habits, but he does take lots of risks. Sometimes it backfires, but also what makes him such an exciting player. Jay's asking, what do you think about GM Edis Gurel and GM Yagish Khan Erdogmus? Sorry if I bungled those names. I don't know them well. I know Gurel is tremendously strong. I saw him beat Erigaisi in Bundesliga, and he was also, I think he won a board prize at this World Blitz team tournament. Had good position against Magnus there, so I know he is super strong. I know very little about Erdogmus, other than that he's also very young and strong. But the future for Turkish chess looks bright with these guys. And here we get queen e6 check, little tactic, to queen the a-pawn. Far from necessary, but why not? Queen is a queen. And Parham does resign after queen e6. Takes, yeah. Not a fair race. The problem is, even once this pawn gets here, it's not getting much further. So the last game we still have is Alireza against Vaishali, which I've been ignoring for a while because it's been completely lost for a while. Alireza has a choice here. He can even give up this h-pawn if he wants to and rush over with the king. Very useful to have a backup h-pawn in all these lines, which makes it so puzzling. Why Vaishali didn't just take twice on g3 when she had the chance. Here, allowing both these guys to stay on the board. But I would think, let me confirm if this is true. I know this is not so easy. I would think this is also winning. Just to go for this and then take it nice and slow. Pick up the e-pawn, bring the king over. Yeah, also wins. Yeah, h5 plate. Firouzja not in a hurry. Just very methodical. Push the pawn, shut the king out of the game. I has to, maybe that's why she keeps playing, he has to look at some stalemate ideas then. Let's say we do this, this, this. Can you try a4, trying to go a3. What time is it? b5, a3. We also have to get rid of the bishop. Nah, it's not gonna work. You also have the e-pawn. What other tricks do we have? b4, ab, ab. So let's say h5, b4, ab, ab, whatever, h6, king h8. Is there a way to mess this up? I don't think so, because this is so natural. And even if this happens, it still won't be in time after king f5. So, no, I don't see it. This could be a way to mess it up, but there's no way. He's just gonna give up the two h-pawns for nothing. He will play king g5. Bishop d1, king f6, b3, king e5, bishop c2. Bring the king. It's even Zugzwang. The bishop can't stay on this diagonal. Now we pick up the b-pawn. Was the result of MVL, he made a draw. Will be black in the second game. That match has tie-break written all over it. So it will be a long day. We have the second round at 6 p.m. Central European time and then tie-breaks at 10 p.m. This format is rough. 2 classical games per day plus tie-break. Players will be exhausted. Good thing for them. It's only 5 days. But yeah, this is a lot of chess. As someone thought it was, because I'm stupid and I couldn't find the time control anywhere. It was 1 hour games. Now I was surprised that 1 hour games are allowed as classical time controls. But it's actually pretty much 2 hour each, so 4 hour games. And 2 4-hour games plus tiebreak. It's a lot of chess. You also have to prepare for both colors. This is serious stuff. And I'm curious if the players will say this is too much or if they will say this is fun. Not sure. I would say make it double the length and have 1 game per day. But of course, then it becomes a much longer event. Everything becomes more expensive. So let's see how this will be accepted, what the players' feedback will be. Yes, b4 takes is on the board. I'm still voting for this plan. Nordebeck for sure will now wish it wasn't a rated classical tournament. But you never know that beforehand. I'm sure he wasn't planning to lose this. Next FIDE World Cup will be 1 hour games too, but that's proper 1 hour games, no? Or is it this same format? Maybe it's the same format, and then that's the classical games, and then the rapid. I don't know, maybe they're just trying to find the time control, where Magnus will say, okay, this is fast enough, I'm playing. Because he's clearly not been very eager to play classical chess. So Yetife is saying the younger players will like it, and the older dislike it. Yeah, probably it favors the ones with more energy. But even for younger players, 2 classical games a day, it's a lot. Normally anything more than 5 hours of chess per day is rough, even for young players. Like in rapid events, you normally have these 4 rapid games, which also adds up to more or less 5 hours. And that's 1 classical game as well. This is a little faster, but not much faster than your FIDE time control, which is what, 90-30 plus 30 minutes. So now this is a lot of chess. Vaishali trying to do the impossible here, but Allegation will have it all worked out at this point. And I think the line I showed makes some sense. This is the only way for black to create a semblance of counterplay. King d4. Now you can hope for stalemate trickery, but white just goes bishop d3, then picks up this pawn. Here we win the pawn endgame, and if the bishop takes, take this guy, go bishop c2, making sure the h-pawn stays alive, and push the b-pawn. And the game is over as well. Not much to do. Vaishali is taking her time here. She put up a very good fight against one of the best players in the world, but she is going to lose. Looks like Allegation also has it all figured out, starting to play more quickly now. Probably has an appointment at the local Balenciaga store at 3:30, so hurry up a bit. Not much hope. So, second round, 9-year-old Praggnanandhaa will have a tough time getting back into the match against Arjun Erigaisi. This will be exciting. Nodebek has to win on demand against Kosteniuk with the black pieces. Not easy at all. Vaishali will have a rough time, but will put up another fight. Shreyas Royal survived the black game. I wouldn't be surprised if he also manages to make a draw with white. We'll see how hard Anand can push for a win with the black pieces. Pragg looked in control. Should make it through. Parham, you never know what's going to happen, but of course a white loss is tough in this format. Raudnak very solid. Should be a favorite, big favorite to go through now. MVL against Sindarov, anything can happen. I'm expecting another draw and tie breaks. And Vidit should also be solid with white and get past Pavlov. Ayechin is saying old Russian wisdom was not to learn from blitz games. Yeah, it was really Botvinnik who hated blitz though, wasn't it? Like, even like Karpov, I think, loved to play lots of blitz with his trainers, seconds, and whoever was around. And the new generation, they all play tons of blitz. Magnus does, obviously. Nakamura and Alireza rose through the ranks playing tons of blitz and bullet. So maybe Botvinnik had that one wrong. Just spending time on chess is good if your mind is capable of putting it together for improvement. And how the time is spent. The rules aren't that fixed. Okay, Vaishali. Get a break. Vaishali never gets up from the board, which I always found impressive and scary, how she can sit there all the time. But it's not going to make a difference here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And Jeliath, it was mainly just Botvinnik. The rest of the gang, Tal, Petrosya, Karpov, and so on, they played lots of blitz. Although I think that Tal preferred playing on chess.com, while Petrosya was more of a lead chess guy, but I'm not sure. I have to revisit my chess history books. Yeah, here comes the bishop d1, b3, bishop c2 maneuver, but it's not gonna save the day. It is close, as Shuda explains, because these are the wrong h-pawns. So if black could only get that b-pawn, would be a draw. We can text Paco to find out the details of the cheating scandal. What cheating scandal did I miss? Is Paco involved in a cheating scandal? What's going on? Yesterday, yeah, guys played on ACC. Yeah, those were my best blitz days. 99 till 2002. On the Internet Chess Club. I was strong back then. Should saying even bishop c2 looks like a drawing idea. Yeah, sure, right. This doesn't do much. The king gets closer. The bishop can wait on this diagonal, but it doesn't matter. This pawn eventually will get taken. Let's say bishop b1 here. Zugzwang. Then take the b pawn and you run. Shevchenko, Fong and Lu against Paco? Whoa, I haven't heard about that. Where was that? When was that? D. Shevchenko? Kirill? That's shocking. I have to look it up. I'm not sure what happened, so I don't want to speculate. But that's shocking if that happened. Wow. You got source? My text, Paco. So Vaishali realized bishop to c2 doesn't help. She goes bishop g4, probably trying to bring the bishop here, but it all comes down to the same sooner or later. This pawn always drops, and black is not really in time to collect too many h-pawns. For example, here the bishop stays here. White can even go bishop g8, hang on to this guy, then take on b3 with the king. There's just no saving. I'm reading up on the Shevchenko cheating accusations. I hadn't heard about that. Wow. Reading a chess.com article by Colin McGorty. A 22-year-old GM Kirill Shevchenko has been expelled from the 2024 Spanish Team Championship with his draw against GM Bassem Amin in round 1 and win over GM Francisco Vallejo in round 2 to turn into losses. Shevchenko's regular absence from the board aroused suspicion in round 2. A locked phone was found in the toilet. Amazing, people still do that. all these years of cheating speculations, and the one technique that people still get busted for is the phone in the toilet thing. It's just shocking. Also from Shevchenko, very strong player. Wow. Spanish Honor Division, North African Spanish city of Melilla, blah blah blah. Shevchenko, born in Ukraine, switched to represent Romania, world number 69. Wow. Okay, I don't know what happened. First time I'm hearing about this. But yeah. Allegations sound serious. The toilet was locked with a cleaner revealing that a similar phone had been found there the day before and left unclaimed. So the phone was found. It puts a similar one the next day. Wow. The arbiter says that other members of the organizing committee then observed as Shevchenko entered the bathroom, saw the toilet was closed and waited for some time before leaving instead of using a free toilet. This happened more than once. Sounds like he didn't think this through, did he? Wow, it's just... Now, Shevchenko was accused by Kramnik. That doesn't say much because Kramnik has accused pretty much, well, many people. But yeah, it's of course gonna be water on his mills, if that's an expression. When challenged on the details, Shevchenko denied everything. Yeah, what else are you gonna do? Players move and left the playing hall for more than 10 minutes, and this was repeated many times in the next move. Why do that? It's so shocking. Okay, I've seen him play many times. We played against Romania with the German team. He made a draw against Bluebon, and yeah, obviously, fantastic player. Okay, I'll ask Paco, see what happened. Wasn't aware of that. As for our game, still ongoing, Ashali is doing her best to hang in there. She's going for this construction. The problem is Bishop c4 just wins. If King h7, then you go Bishop d3, and you win the pawn endgame. It's not the only problem, but just to find a quote-unquote human solution. And if Bishop h7, you take the pawn, and then you put the bishop on c2, keep the other h-pawn, and run with the b-pawn. And yeah, Bishop c4 played. Yeah, I'm still shaken by these Kirill Shevchenko news. King h7 and now Bishop d3 will wrap it up. It's also the only move to win, but clearly. Salireza played Bishop c4. He's seen that. Chat says, congrats to Amin for holding a draw against a cheating opponent. Yeah, the thing is, if you do this toilet technique and you're a strong grandmaster, once again, I'm speculating here, but you won't have access to every move, and he's black against another very strong player in Amin. So yeah, of course it's a tremendous edge, but it doesn't mean he has to win every game. But yeah, crazy stuff. Okay, the game continues here, but this will not be particularly challenging for Alireza. Put the king in front of the pawn. Control. Some queening squares. Get a queen. Get it done. I know you're being tongue-in-cheek, Sricharan, but I sort of agree. We have all this speculation about people having devices implanted, all these invisible devices in whatever your shoes or other body parts. And then we still get the old school phone in the toilet and then wait for 10 minutes to access your booth. People watch too much Godfather. Yeah, the risk-reward ratio does not sound great, especially if you're a fantastic player. Like Kirill, who, if this is true, yes, chess career. I don't know. I would say it's close to over. I don't know how long you get banned and so on, but you'll never get invited to anything again, and people will never trust you or respect you again. So yeah, that's just insane. Once again, I don't know any confirmations. Yeah, here. Many ways lead to Rome. Well, you can just push the pawn if you feel like. Zugzwang. Then push it some more. Is it ridiculous not resigning here? Yeah, I don't know. Bit long game. As I said earlier, I think anybody can resign whenever they like. As long as you don't, well, here there's no time left. But as long as you don't think for half an hour in such a position, it's fine. And now she's seen enough. Turns out it's black to move. And it's Zugzwang. And that brings us to the end of this first round. We've done a recap already. So let's just run through the results. Sorry for the low-tech nature of all this. Erigaisi wins. Kosteniuk wins against Abdu Satorov. Big upset. Firouzja defeats Vaishali. Tough fight. Anand lets Shreyas Royal escape with a draw. Pragg crushed Bologan. Satvani wins against Parham after Masudlu pushed way too hard. MVL Sindarov a draw. And Vidit wins with the black pieces against Vasilin Topalov. That was round number 1 of the WR Chess Masters from London. Round number 2 will be today, 5 p.m. London time, which means, am I getting this right? 6 p.m. Central European time. I hope I got the times right. And then, in case of a 1-1 tie, there will also be a tie break at 10 p.m. London time. So we'll go on a nice long break. I was instructed to let the broadcast run, but I don't expect too much happening here in the next 3 hours. So I'll be back at 6 p.m. my time in roughly 3 hours with round number 2, where the players will have some time, but not that much time. Get lunch, prepare for the next game, maybe take a little nap. This is tough format for the players. We'll be back. The big narrative will be, can Abdu Satorov come back against Kosteniuk and force a tiebreak? Thanks for watching. Sorry for the low-tech nature, but it's been fun. If you guys feel like I can see you again, or you can see me again, to be more precise, at 5 p.m. London time, in 3 hours. It's a long time between games. People gotta eat, prepare. What do you want them to do? Play 4 classical games per day? No breaks? Come on, Jonathan. All right. See you guys later. Hello everybody, welcome to the second round of day one of the WR Chess Masters in London. My name is Jan Gustafsson. We've covered round one, which was this morning at 10 a.m. London time. And we'll do a brief recap. The games are shown with a 15-minute delay, so we still have 50 minutes until we actually get the moves for the game starting. So let's have a look at the events of the first game of the day, because we've had some drama. Here we are with the main news of the day. Alexandra Kosteniuk, the former women's world champion, beat her teammate in the WR chess team that won the World Blitz World Blitz Team Championship this year in Astana. With the black pieces, Nodibek will not be thrilled. Nodibek Abdu was dominating the game for a big chunk of it, but then things went downhill. Kosteniuk experimented a bit in the opening with this move h5 early on, knight to f3 and h4, which the computer doesn't love, and things went as you would expect given the big rating difference. Abdu built up a dominating position, and Kosteniuk tried to escape to a bad endgame. Nice trick here from Abdu with this fake knight sacrifice, because if the knight gets taken, then there's rook takes e6, followed by queen takes c6, attacking everything, and white wins instead. Kosteniuk wisely exchanged the queens and went for this endgame, but this also looks very bad with the uncoordinated rooks and the inferior pawn structure. So it all looked like it was going according to plan. Abdu chose a somewhat complicated way to convert, but he remained in control. Here he could just take, for example, go back with the knight to e5 and play this type of position where he just has the two bishops and an extra pawn with zero counterplay. But he chose complications, remained in control until this key moment after pawn to f3, where the somewhat complicated way to keep a big advantage was rook takes g2, rook takes c7, rook takes g2, king h1, knight to e4, and the move bishop to e1 to cover this weak spot. Black has some activity, but it's not enough. If she tries to activate the bishop, the d-pawn runs. So white would have kept the winning position, but Abdu chose the move g4. Pretty sure he's aware of the en passant rule, h takes g3. His idea must have been rook takes c7, but then he probably spotted that after knight e4, he's in big trouble, because after fg, rook g3, if the king goes to the h file, he gets checkmated, and if it goes here, then black also builds a winning position, because if the king tries to escape, the bishop enters the play, keeps it right where it is. So after g4, h takes g3, Nodibek took a big think, but couldn't come up with anything better than rook to f1, which loses the game. The only way to stay in the game was bishop e7. Very weird move with some funky lines, like the one I'm showing you right here. When black is two rooks down, but gives a perpetual check with the knight, because the king cannot go here, as this pawn would queen. So after rook f1, g2, Kosteniuk executed flawlessly. The king is trapped, rook h5, threatening rook takes h3, and after rook e3, bishop h2 is the final touch, sacrificing two pieces to get a new queen. And Kosteniuk wins the game, which means that Abdu now has to win on demand with the black pieces to stay in the tournament, because this is a knockout tournament. They played 2 games of classical chess with this time control. That is, I'm being told, the fastest time control allowed for classical chess. 1 hour for 30 moves, then I hope I get it right, half an hour for the next 20 moves, and then another half hour for the last part of the game, which means the games can last up to 4 hours, not 2 hours like I thought. And if it's a tie, then there shall be tie breaks. Apologies, there's no video broadcast. This is a last minute operation. There was no intention to have any commentary whatsoever, but I'm happy to do it. Sorry. You can go enjoy the stream anyway, or you can not watch it. The alternative was not having one. I'm always surprised about people's capacity to complain about something that didn't know existed 1 minute ago. But yeah, I'm sorry. This is just me sitting in my basement all by myself. WR stands for Vadim Rosenstein, who is the originator of this tournament series. We had the WR Masters in Düsseldorf last year, and the WR chess team was also playing in the World Rapid Team and World Blitz Team Championships, which Vadim was supporting. A lot of complaints. No one's forcing you to watch the tournament, guys. In other news, Arjun Erigaisi defeated, not too surprisingly, the 9-year-old phenom Sivanandan, who started playing chess during the pandemic and now has a rating of 2088, was even higher already, had a 2200 rating. I'm pretty sure her rating will continue going up, but Erigaisi, who was so close to crossing 2800 already after a fantastic Olympiad, had no particular problems winning this game. Got an edge out of the opening here. Queen c8 was a bit shaky. The position is already slightly unpleasant. The queen should probably go here to connect the rooks. And after queen to c8, bishop takes c4, pawn to a6, rook c1. b5 was another mistake, asking the bishop to go to d3. And now white is fully developed with the two rooks here, staring down the black position. Black is just not in time to coordinate. Best chance to hang in was a move like rook to d8, followed by bishop to e8, and try to sit passive. But a6, b5 weakened the position too much, and Arjun, without particular trouble, launched a winning initiative. Then finished off with a nice tactical trick here. Rook takes d5. The point being that after bishop takes, we take the queen, and this bishop covers the back rank mate. So the rook had to take, because e takes d, as queen takes f5. After the rook takes, queen takes h7, king f8. Arjun had an overwhelming attack. We need Peter Heine to explain what WR chess is. And checkmated the 9-year-old, who still has a chance to win the match if she wins the next game, and then the tie break. But of course, there's a big rating difference here. More than 700 points. So Erigaisi will probably manage to get the job done. No big rating difference in this match. Former world champion Vasilin Topalov against Vidit, another Olympic gold medalist for India. And Vidit managed to win the game with the black pieces, was a roughly equal position out of the opening, where Vidit slowly, slightly outplayed Topalov, playing very solid, no-nonsense chess. And once White played c4, Black had something to work with on these slightly weakened squares. And he went on to win this position with this nice little trick, knight takes e4, starting to make things complicated. Queen e4, queen d1 is no good. So Topalov took this pawn, but now Vidit had an initiative with these pawns, and he kept pushing them, pawn to f4, relying on the same trick, queen e4, queen d1. Should be 6, knight to c3, queen d2, knight to d5. And there was trouble. Does anyone know when they play again? The game should start in roughly 4 minutes, right here, right now. So Vidit wins with Black, makes him a big favorite, of course, to move on to the next round. Now the winner was Alireza Firouzja after a tough fight, the longest game of the round, against Vaishali, sister of Praggnanandhaa. In the end, Alireza managed to win. A bishop endgame. The key moment was probably around here when Firouzja decided to exchange rooks and go for this bishop endgame, which the computer is not too thrilled about, saying that Black should draw this. But here Vaishali rushed with the king to stop these pawns, but she had time to take on g3 and then bring the king. This pawn does not queen yet, which makes a big difference, because compared to the game, White will only have one h-pawn, while in the game he had two, and that was enough for Alireza to convert. He can bring this pawn up to h6, pretty much stalemating the Black king, and then enter with his own king. So, point there for Alireza. Praggnanandhaa, the brother of Vaishali, won his game against veteran grandmaster Victor Bologan fairly effortlessly, putting pressure with the white pieces. Are you lonely? A little bit, yeah. Little lonely here. But it's a long day of chess. The chess games will keep us company. We had another smaller upset in a game that looked drawish for 90% of the way. Parham Masudlu against Raunak Satvani. But Parham really pushed his luck, starting somewhere around here. Instead of simplifying the position, he tried to complicate it, going after the h6 pawn and letting this b pawn run. And that's a powerful passed pawn. Even here, he could at least have tried to repeat moves with knight h6 check, followed by going back. But instead he kept pushing. And in the end, this b pawn proved too strong. Nice little tactic there. Near the end with rook takes c4, rook takes c4, b2. This pawn cannot be stopped. With some draws. Now top matchup, Maxim Vachier-Lagrave against Yavokir Sindarov. Ended in a draw. In a very complicated position. Move 32. Sindarov played g5 and offered to split the point, which MVL accepted after queen takes g5, rook g8. They would have had a roughly equal endgame. So they will determine the winner in the next game or on the tiebreak. Vishyana will be less happy about his draw after reaching a winning rook endgame against Shreyas Royal, the 15-year-old English Grandmaster. Anand missed the time to convert. I'm assuming he was playing Rook G6 here, which was indeed the winning move. And my guess is that you get afraid of stalemate tricks here. Threatening checkmate, Rook G8 and Rook G7. There are no checks. So the only chance Black has is to try for a stalemate with Rook H5 check, which would work if White were to take with the king. Let me show you the mechanism here. Rook H5, King F6, and we get the so-called mad rook. Just keeps following the king around, and if it gets captured, it's a stalemate and a draw. But White does have a win here. If he takes with the pawn, the rook gives checks, and the king walks all the way to b6. The rook can't give a check on g6 here, because then there's no longer a stalemate, and if it tries giving checks from behind. The king goes over here, no more checks because of the b pawn. After rook c6, there's rook takes c6. So if White didn't have a b pawn, this position would be a draw. But he did have one, so that was the chance. Instead, Anand played b4, and now the moment has passed after rook d3. Black isn't time to go rook d5 check, chase the king away, and the position is just a draw. Who was the favorite to win the tournament? I don't know. Erigaisi is the highest rated. He's also an Ironman, used to all kinds of open tournaments probably. He's even played some with double rounds, although I'm not sure. Because this is a tough format with 2 classic games per day. Arjun looking very strong. Of course, Nodibek is a winner and always very dangerous, but he lost the first game, so right now hard to call him a favorite. Allegation has to be another favorite with the recent Sinquefield Cup victory. Looks like he's in very good shape. I would guess those and Pragg are the top list. We'll see how the older guys aren't as active anymore. Fair, but of course, the legend Anand. I'd be thrilled to see Anand winning that one.